How are you today, Bird Pike? Hold on. I have to do my intro.
I'm doing swell. I'm getting ready to ride the kids up to North Georgia to look at the leaves. How are you?
Good. I'll be right to you. I have to play the intro. Hi, Bird Pike. Sorry about that. But how are you today?
Oh,
Good.
doing pretty good. How are you?
Good. What you been doing?
I have been working on my new book, doing some chapter editing. I have a brother that works with me on the publications, and so I have to read through everything before I send it to him, and then he does proofreading. So I've been kind of sending him over a chapter at a time for professional proofreading.
Oh, that's nice. Have you? What do you do if they made your book into a movie?
It'd be a very interesting movie because like a subject study, so it'd have to be more like a documentary.
Yeah. What if they made a movie about you?
That'd be a good movie. It'd be an interesting life to study.
Oh. But I'll ask him. Uh, that guy Jesse Morrell, he's a crazy guy. Back in the day, uh he's just a crazy guy. He's out there protesting this old video about Mornine or something. He's just a crazy guy.
I don't know if I know him or not.
Oh, I showed you a video of him this one time. He's an
Oh
open
yeah, yeah, I have
theist.
heard
He's
you
very
mention him.
open
Yeah,
about it. Yeah, he's
Azo,
very
I see you in
open
the
about it.
comments, boy. I see you, boy. I saw Azo and Steven going at it the other day.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, yeah, it was crazy. But uh, you say you're doing your teaching
It'll be
tonight?
either tonight or tomorrow night. Don't get mad at me. I think it'll be tonight,
Okay,
but
that's
I'll
all right.
have to let you know around 4 or 5 o'clock for sure because I may wind up pushing it to tomorrow night. So I'll let you know around 4 or 5
Okay,
o'clock for sure.
okay. Well, the PGs are having show tonight with Joseph the Tech.
Joe the Tech Guy. Me and him
Yeah,
did a debate one time years ago.
yep. That's the first time I ever heard of him.
He's a nice guy. I mean, he's got some. Um, I mean, everybody has different beliefs sometimes, so I'm not going to throw off on him just because we have some differences in belief. But his approach is not always the best. I mean, he's one of those guys that the minute you don't subscribe to his exact Baptist theology, he starts calling you a heretic, and I don't really have a lot of patience for that kind of foolishness.
Harry Tech.
Yes.
Oh, those ticks are
But no,
very.
he's good. I mean, I like Joseph. He just needs to quit. You know, all these guys want to run around talking about heretic this and heretic that. They need to quit because they don't know what they're talking about.
They're take on the Theotokos.
They sound like how the Catholics used to be when they used to burn people at the stake.
You ever heard the Theotokos?
Oh yeah, that's where everybody like prays to Mary or whatever.
They try to
She's
say
not
it's.
listening.
They try. They. I think. Yeah, they say it's. Woo.
Oh, Tim's here. Hey, Tim.
Oh. Hi, Tam. I hope you had a nice show last night. Yeah, it's show
Yeah, the
last.
Theotokos thing. You know, I understand some of the passages that are, in my opinion, misrepresented that make them think that way, but there's no evidence of the true early church ever praying to saints or certainly not praying to Mary. So that's Jesus warned them. He said, "When you teach for doctrine the commandments of men, then you make the commandments of God of none effect." So I'm not against the idea of tradition. There's a lot of traditions that we all have. But we had to be careful because Jesus said if we start teaching that tradition as doctrine, then it causes the doctrine of God to not have an effect on the lives of the people. So we do have to be very careful.
Yeah, I forgot I forgot what they're called. They scare 'em off more. Listen with all the
Wait, what do you say? They scare more
more.
off from listening with all their negative comments than they draw. Yeah, I mean, they just scare people off pretty much in general. I mean, you'll notice that people usually leave their channel and come to ours. I mean, there's a bit of a pattern.
But what about
Even they started coming to ours.
what about what about is what about that?
I was wondering what about that the other day.
Uh, right. What do you think about uh have you uh, uh, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to email that guy.
Oh, that's right. If you don't mind, I just didn't want him to be offended because I was very rude. I like disappeared in the middle of our conversation and I didn't mean to. I just got a business call that I had to take, and by the time I came back, you guys had already ended the stream, so I just wanted to apologize to him. Richard, if you're listening, I apologize to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna email. I just forgot.
No, that's all right. I mean, it's no pressure. I just wanted to say sorry to him for cutting out in the middle of the conversation because it was very interesting. I like Richard. I mean, he's got some stuff that I would refer to as being far out, but he also has some stuff he says that's exactly right, and he has some spiritual understanding about things that is correct. So that's the case with most of us.
You serious?
I'm serious.
But oh, let see. Oh. But I want to ask them. Uh, uh, but did you set my segment? Did you?
Oh, I can't remember. I'll go look tonight. I think I accepted it the last time that you sent it. Did you resend it?
Yeah, I sent it. Hold on, I don't need to check to see.
I will. If I haven't yet, then I will.
Yeah. But but yeah. 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 They're gonna have a show tonight. With Joseph the tech guy. I always have to call
Joseph
him
the
that.
Tech Guy.
Well, it's just still pretending, like still waiting for you, I guess.
Wait, who's waiting for what?
The thing I sent you.
Oh, I'll do it, Logan. I promise you I'll do it.
That's all right. We forgive you.
Mark says, Jesus speak of a third temple, and Azo says, let's talk about the NASB. I am not here to take Q&A. We'll have to do that when I'm here to take Q&A. I'm laying in bed, waiting on the kids to get ready so we can ride up to North Georgia and look at the leaves. I will take Q&A at a further date.
Oh, they put this one video up about Father Charles on the Steven channel.
Oh, really?
The one they had on there before about them going after Father Charles.
Oh, yeah, where none of those guys like have jobs or do anything with their lives. So they harass people and investigate them online.
Oh, you serious? Oh,
Man, if I unsubbed all my troll accounts, they'd drop down 100 people. He said, I bet Steven would take Q&A. Screw you, asshole.
yeah, they want some Q&A from you.
Those are good questions, and I will address those, but I'd rather not do it now. Because, I mean, like, the
I
thing
know.
with the third temple goes into theology about the Antichrist, and it comes down to the timeline. And then to Azo's question, you're dealing with the accuracy of modern translations versus the accuracy of previous translations, and those kind of things require a bit of attention.
Oh, yesterday, Tim got in a debate with Mark yesterday.
Oh, really? About what?
I think about end times.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know Mark is a preterist, and I'm assuming that Tim is a dispensationalist, so I could certainly see there being a debate there.
Uh, yeah, I did see that. I would love to see that part.
I mean, they're both pretty smart guys. I've praised Mark on a number of occasions for his knowledge. I even mentioned him in my last book and gave him a shout out because he is so knowledgeable on the subject. And from what I've listened to of some of Tim's teachings, he seems to be very knowledgeable as well. So I'm sure that would be a good debate.
that are standing here are going to live to see this happen.
Him that he needs to, I don't know.
I honestly don't shout. You will know, but there will be no confusion if I'm shouting. It won't be his little. Yeah, I'm not behind an avatar.
Assertion that the kindergarten teacher must lower themselves to the student, and the student cannot just for sheer will.
That are standing here are going to live to see this happen. That's what that means. There be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
What do you think of that so far?
Sounds like end times prophecy subject.
Yeah. That was that's good debate. I'd like to see that. But I want to ask you something.
Mark and Tim would actually probably make a very interesting debate on that subject.
Even Richard came on there. That Richard guy, he's a crazy guy.
I like him.
Yeah.
He is kind of wacky, but he's also pretty smart. And I'll tell you one thing that really he won me over a little bit yesterday was he kind of chastised me a little bit for interrupting him, which was fine because I did interrupt him. But I came back and chastised him for previously interrupting Tim, and he didn't argue. He just was like, yeah, you're right, and then moved on, and I thought that was very mature. So that guy's kind of winning me over.
I'll be right back. I need to get some.
Okay.
Take you on that. That's a joke. Oh, Mark, Bird Pike.
What'd you say?
Bird Pike, it was so funny. I can imagine they're saying talk about Trump meeting with Trump Joe Biden. I can imagine him say, "Oh, hi, I'm glad my VP won," because he actually said before that his vice president is Trump. It was so funny. What do you think of that?
I think it's ridiculous. Hey, I'm gonna jump off here, Logan, because we got to go right up North Georgia. But I'll let you know around 4 or 5 o'clock if I'm doing the show tonight or tomorrow night. And until then, keep it real.
Oh, thank you.
Make sure to keep it extra real. Azo, keep it real. Mark, keep it real. Claude, keep it real. Tim, keep it real. And Aiden, shut up. So I will catch you guys later.
Here, let's watch this.
And what is that going to look like? He's going to come in the glory of his Father with his angels. And then he shall reward every man according to his works.
Yeah, well, the thing is, verse 27 and verse 28 say two different things. That one says some, that one says every man. So which is it?
They're talking about different things. He's going to reward every man according to his
Yes, they are
work.
talking about different
Some
things.
of them standing there will see this happen.
Yeah, so verse 27 would be the second advent. Verse 28 would be his reference to where he brought up Peter and James to the mountain of transfiguration.
No.
Yes, you just admitted to it that they're two different things.
No, you're projecting that.
Hi, Azel.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? I just want you up here by yourself for a while.
Well, thank you. How are you today?
I am really good, to tell you the truth. Until I saw Mark Stoney, and then he's got me excited. No, he doesn't. It's that shock jock in me. So how you doing, little buddy?
Okay. Yeah, this is the debate Tim had with Mark over preterism, I guess. Yeah, it was crazy. What do you think of that?
It's just two different interpretations of the same scriptures. I mean, you get that a lot. That's why that's why there's so many denominations.
Yeah. Is it because of Brother Pike?
Everything's Carp's fault. Yes. If there's a misalignment in the world, in the universe right now, we're going to blame Baja Christian. He's a heretic too.
It was so funny what Lupin said about Brother Pike. He called him Christian Dyke. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, I don't even listen to what Lupin says, to be honest. I got him blocked in chat. I give up on him. You know, he acts like a great person 1 minute, then he flips out, and yeah, nah, I don't need that. If I wanted that, I'd still be married.
Wow. Yeah, my friend also had marriage problems.
Yeah.
Did your wife ever sleep with a gun in her pillow?
Well, I've been married. Well, I say 2.5 times. The last one, even though I got married, doesn't count because we were friends. We knew it wasn't going to last. And we just got married so I could put her on my insurance so she can get, like, you know, dental work and some other stuff done. And even after our divorce, we talked for years until she got married to this guy she's married to now. And he's a total numbnuts, literally. So I just backed out of that bad situation. Like I do a lot of things that are toxic. But yeah, I just got. If I would have waited probably and not got married right away with my first wife, it may have lasted. I always swore I wasn't going to get married if I got somebody knocked up, but I thought I was in love, and really it was lust. But yeah, we got married because she got pregnant, so we should have waited. We didn't. My second one, she was jealous, and I knew. But when mommy says it's the right thing to do, the proper thing to do, you do what mommy says, and I'll never listen to her again. Let me see. You hold the line against any vultures that might show up. Yeah. By the way, good on you for speaking truth. And I am sorry. And I already apologized to Gangster last night for cussing and all that. And it's not an excuse. I everything I said, I believed. I just was a little bit heated in a few words I probably shouldn't have said. But I just had an upper GI. I just got up from. Wait, was that before or after my nap? I think after my nap, from the anesthesia, so I wasn't at my best, but I still stand by everything I said.
Oh, thank you. You should have been. Yeah, crazy. Right here on here, Mark. But yeah, it was crazy. But hey,
Upchuck, Mr. Upchuck, Mr. He's probably still hunting for Achilles. He's on the hunt. Well, I should BMM. Don't encourage me like this, but yeah, it felt good to say it. To be honest, I just get so sick of his, deflections. This thing all got started because of him, and then he wants to sit back and act like he's innocent, and everybody else are the ad hominem and animist. But yeah, and what really got me started was Mark Reed going at Gigi. So it wasn't even the petty guy's fault, to be honest. But then Steven started with his bullshit about circumcision isn't genital mutilation, and it is. That's what I've been doing all morning, just reading up on it, to tell you the truth. It just got me going. So it's like some good came out of that, personal knowledge. But yeah, I found site after site after site. Doctors, like the Mayo Clinic and what's the other one? The Cleveland Clinic, I believe it. Because I don't go to the Christians or the non-Christians. I go to the medical community for this. But yeah, a lot of them are saying that it is. And there's really not a whole lot of benefit to circumcision in most cases. There are some rare cases. And he might have been one at 16. But he's talking about, trans and genital mutilations, with those so-called kids. But he can't even see in his own backyard where, babies are getting circumcised. So, yeah, that's ridiculous for him to go there. And even though me and Gigi don't agree totally on a lot of stuff, on the trans stuff, we agree on, enough that we can talk and not get mad at each other, especially behind the scenes, if we need to talk. And we've talked about other things, too. Gigi's a fine young man. I want to grow up to be just like him.
Oh, thank you.
Then, yeah.
That guy Peter doesn't like me. He thinks I'm a bad guy.
You're not a bad guy. And to me, that would, nothing against Peter, so, but if you're going to say somebody's ideas makes them a bad guy, then that makes their ideas just as bad then also, in my opinion.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I mean, I've went through several battles just between when I was still on Joe's channel about, politics. I just find it ridiculous when people are trying to tell other people how to think, believe, and what to vote for. Everybody has to make that choice for himself, not be mandated or, ostracized if they don't do or toe the party line.
Yeah. People say he left, and I think he said he didn't leave. Dinosaur Adventureland. I don't know.
Yeah, there's enough people that worry about DAL that are better knowledgeable than me at it to get into the deep discussions on that. I mean, obviously BMM and Mark and a few others know a lot more than I do about that.
What about it?
What about ism's what about it's where it's at? Yeah. What about I do what I want isms?
I need to tell you so. I'm not going on missing much.
You will eventually, buddy. Okay, wait. No, I don't want to tell you what to do. What I'll ask you to do is just keep an open mind and just, let it sit for a few days. And, it's just like me. I've left several times. I always come back. And then if it's too much, I leave, take a break from it or everything else. So, I mean, don't close that door. But if you decide that's really what you want to, do, then, stand by it and don't do it. But I know she's upset about it because we talked a little bit about it. I think this morning she left a message and I sent her one. But you got a lot of people over there that love the hell out of you, Gangster, and they'll miss you over there on her channel. That's from the heart too. I mean, I'm sure there's several in here that'll tell you the same damn thing. But you do what you got to do for you, your health, first and foremost. And if you decided to stop by and visit, don't feel like you can't. Just because you said you're not, you're never going back there again. Just don't shut that door.
Oh, thank you. That's what Mark said.
Missing model do shows just like, and this is my prediction. If you never show up, Gangster, then like I said, that's on you. But I have a feeling that Gangster, yeah, finally, did you see my message up, Chuck? Yeah. Oh. As soon as I seen who won, I sent him, and I didn't realize he was already in Greece or on his way there. I sent him a message that said, "Drill, baby, drill." But she'll do shows just. And I keep saying that I probably won't stream either, but someday I'm probably will. Who knows if I live that long. I do think I may. I don't know. I'm still debating. I want to go back to doing trivia just for a night of, non-religious fighting bullshit, because that's the best times that I've had. Really, overall, was doing trivia, us bullshitting, busting each other's balls, and making fun of people's answers, and seeing who's the quickest typer for Google.
Yeah. You ever had chocolate chip biscuit?
Not a biscuit. I've had chocolate chip like muffins and stuff, but never a biscuit.
Yeah, I got one
Good.
from Popeyes. It tastes awesome.
The only thing, like for me, I've got it. My buddy Craig, when he was still married, he had his brother-in-law who was like 44 years old, but like the mentality of a teenager. But he loved, oh my God, it was nasty, chocolate chip pancakes. So I got one just to try it, because we're at a restaurant, and it was just so dry. And then he put more sugar or more syrup on top of that. That was chocolate. No, it wasn't like maple or any of the flavor stuff. And to me, that was just too dry, too much chocolate in a biscuit. Or a biscuit. You got me thinking about biscuits. That sounds good, though. The pancake. So I can't do pancakes with chips in them. It's just too dry. May try a biscuit, though. That sounds good. Let me ask Mom if she got any recipes for that. She got recipes for everything. She just don't get around and can't quite cook like she used to. I wish I had money to get her a cook and a housekeeper full time, to be honest.
Oh, would you like to see that video about? I'm gonna ask Father Charles. Would you? Because Stephen wanted me to show the beginning of that.
Yeah, if you want, remember, and most of us are in agreement. This is your channel, GG. You play and do with it as you want to do. I'm not. No one else is trying to take it over. Other than it seems like Dan. So you do you, and we're here for the ride, bud.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, it's nice that you asked. That's generally of you because you're a fine young man.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Phantom, how you doing, buddy? Darth Vaden.
There it is. That is. Preaches. Uh-oh. Who's coming on?
Oh, boy. I'm scared. Oh, it's loading. Oh, crap. What are we going to do?
Hello. Is this the Father Charles exposed video?
Yeah.
I recommend you not play it. You can do whatever the heck you want. It's your channel, but you're just going to give Steven publicity.
Father Charles said he wants to play.
Oh, he says, well, if Father Charles says to play it, then by all means.
I almost agreed with Aiden for a second. Oh, my God. There must be a God.
I mean, like, hey, it's the way I view it is it's just giving Steven attention, which is what he wants. But if Father Charles wants it to be played, then that's fine.
Yes, I said, Charles, Upchuck ain't scared of nothing. That's what I've determined.
Oh, for sure. The fact that he didn't even know about it at all is pretty funny to me.
And I'll just wait for. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I do have to go. I just wanted to come in real quick and say that, but I do got to go. I've got to go and walk the Scooby, so I'm gonna go and do that.
That's not a name for your pecker, is it? That's your dog, though, isn't it, for real?
It's my dog, right?
Okay, I'm making sure.
My dog. He's a little Shih Tzu Yorkie. He's a good one guy.
Smoke a doobie. No.
I usually do
walk
that
the doobie and smoke the Scooby.
All right, you guys have a good one.
You too. Yeah. This one starts with music. I don't think I can play the music.
Yeah, probably go fast forward or put it on two times speed or like 1.5 speed.
Yeah, that song about it's too late to apologize. It's too late. That's the song playing. Oh, poor Charles. Okay. It's too late to apologize. It's too late.
It looks like Upchuck is watching two cockroaches race. His head's not going back and forth very fast like a tennis match. Oh, there we go. I see a microphone. He's zooming in. He's got a nose boogie. Upchuck, wipe the boogie out. No, you don't.
Oh. He just
I'm coming to get you, Bolin. Look.
He just jump out of nowhere. Sorry, now he turns into the Joker. Oh no.
Yeah, but the Joker has a prominent role in the Batman world, so that's not an insult of any sort.
Oh no.
Yes. He can stand on his head with no hands. You go, Father Chuck.
It's too late to apologize. It's too late.
Okay, wait. Pause this for 1 second.
Okay.
So we've got a beer down here, and is that medication over here in the corner? Like right above where it says Gangster Ghost is? There's a pill bottle there, right?
Yeah.
And who? You said that Bolin made this?
Yeah.
Well, so is he mocking Charles for taking prescriptions? That's a prescription. I'm hoping it's in his name, but not that Bolin would know that. But that's kind of like a dick move to make fun of somebody that's on medications, especially for somebody that's on as many as I'm on.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Maybe Chuck knows more about that, but I mean that's his business, not mine. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, that just hit me wrong.
That's all right. Too late to apologize. Too late to apologize. Too late.
And Father Charles ain't a very good joker. He can't make very straight lines when he makes his diamond eyes around.
He's the priest of all.
Oh, you got. Oh, I thought those were crows, but I guess they're people in. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to see. So this is what this whole thing is, that Upchuck is the priest of Baal. What happened to Aiden being the priest of Baal or Baal or whatever the hell it is?
I don't know. Every time they have him move, it like jumps out at you.
Yeah, I think Stephen is just the prince of balls, and I'm talking about the BALLS ones.
Oh.
He's in the closet. So far, this is pretty dumb. If you're going to go after somebody, you probably do a little bit better job in the graphics and a clear message. Also, okay, so we've got Upchuck is the prince.
Oh, now a pope? He's not
the Pope. That's Pope Timmy.
Oh. Actually, looks like Father Charles.
Uh-oh. Timmy's trying to take his Father Charles Pope outfit. Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Steve, I got a question for you. I just went live, obviously, right? But of course, it's going to be very different. You know what I advertised on? How do I get to the one I advertised on, or do I have to wait till it's exactly 8 o'clock for that to say? Do you know my dilemma here? Yes, I am the lowly, techless man here.
Father Techless.
All right. Glory to God. Hallelujah. Amen. We have a interesting short show for you today. And it is February.
This is the old show they re-uploaded with extra stuff to it.
February 6, 2000.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay, just
yeah.
Yeah, this happened a while ago, but they re-uploaded it.
Because they haven't had anything else to upload that was worth crap. You got to come over and steal Upchuck from us just so he can get a few numbers.
24. It is 6:34 p.m. Now,
sorry.
We take no pleasure when we have to call out possible wolves in our communities. It's not something that as Christians we should look forward to doing, and it's not something we should take pride in. We know that the scripture teaches us not to rejoice when our enemies are brought calamity. So I don't want this to be a braggy, fun video, because it's certainly not a braggy, fun video. Saying that, we need to address a few things about someone who has been leading some disputes from one side of a community towards ours, and it got us to a point where we had to address it, and we tried to let it go. We tried to make peace. We would have loved for that peace to have lasted, but due to some recent attacks, I have found myself with a mission to go through and expose some individuals from the other side, and the Holy Spirit led us to Chuck Wiley first. So tonight's episode is going to be dedicated to Father Chuck Wiley, and this has been coming for a while. It could have been avoidable.
Oh, God.
I don't know. Achilles, do you have thoughts on it before we dive into our first video of the...
You want if you ever want me to pause, just say if you want to.
Well, since you got to pause now, I'm going to say something because what popped in my mind is he's got this big buildup to this, and I'm guessing it's like a takedown of Upchuck. And my prediction is I'm a prophet of Baal. Not the priest, not a messenger. I'm a prophet of Baal. And I'm predicting that this is going to turn into a major fail for these boys over there, the petty boys. I may be wrong, but it's pretty petty.
Oh. You serious?
You introed it correctly. Nobody takes any pleasure in exposing things that we have an obligation to. And it's hard because sometimes you're faced with that obligation and you say, I don't want to be the one to do that. But then you ask yourself, then why did God show it to you? Why did God put this war on your front? So you can ignore it and say, may somebody else after me look into this. So there are some sayings about not biting more than what you can chew. And there are some that have been involved in this by accident. Others are being misled into it, but there are others organizing it. And those organizing it have been biting a lot. I mean, every day, every hour, it's what they do best. I mean, from a Christian, I expect at some point to hear a Christian doctrine. But what I get is impersonations of other Christians and making fun of
Stop
them.
this for 1 second, Gangster, please.
So at some point you reach.
Thank you, buddy.
You're right.
It's awful funny that they're saying this, but everything I've ever seen over there has been nothing but garbage. But anyway, if nothing over here is being taught, let's just exclude the atheist for a second, because obviously we don't have doctrine. But we do have Christian Pike and Gigi doing teachings. I know I've been there. I've known many atheists that have been over there, and it's always been a polite, almost a wholesome conversation, whether we agreed or not, right?
Yeah, this is way before that.
No, I know, but this still carries over. It's just as true now as it was if this was a year ago or 20 years ago.
I mean, it's before I had a channel.
Right, okay, fair enough, but, it's still basically the same message that they're saying now. How many people has Mark led to shared the gospel with? Or, I keep hearing that. And I have yet to hear them even mention the gospel. Me as an atheist, I was telling them what the gospel was. It's not that friggin' hard. But, over here, when we actually have teachings and it's not just a get together, there's no fighting, there's no arguing, there's no aminosity. Is that the right word? I can't even speak right now. And questions are asked. I know I've asked Christian a few questions, as an atheist. So yeah, there's more going on over here good than, they're letting on, or could they possibly let on? And I just don't see it over there. I really don't. I see, them playing games. But anyway, go ahead. That's my 2 cents. It just, like I said, whether it's 100 years or 20 years ago, it's still as valid today as it was when Achilles is shooting his mouth off there. The great Achilles. Okay. I feel better now.
50 hours, 80 hours, 5 months of live streams, one after the other. And there is not a single mention of the Bible or any biblical doctrine other than attacks. There have been mentions of the Bible, but they are all getting related to attacks. So opening the Bible only to prove to others that you are a better Christian than them, it's not studying the Bible.
Mm-mm.
So consider what is about to happen, a reflection. It's not a choice. Well, there was a choice, but it wasn't. It is a reflection of the actions. At some point, they would get reflected. And when children fight, grown-ups don't get into their fights. Once they do, the fight ends. And that's what's going to happen. I didn't think I had anything to add, but I ended up that I did.
I thought that was beautiful. Now, I think we're ready to share the first video. And to offer context, this is a little satire off of the fact that Father Charles claims to know Greek, but does not. And we were compile like a greatest hits, but this was more appropriate.
Well, this was meant to be about light of recent developments. I chopped out all the part where the discussion about whether the barbarian means a stranger, which is so stupid that it doesn't even fit today's discussion. So I chopped it off and I just went to the clip, the edited clip.
Pause. I just love the bit where Achilles is like, oh, there was no choice, but oh wait, there is a choice. Actually, there was one, and that means that, well, it's a thing, and the thing had stuff, and the stuff was related to the thing. And Stephen was like, "Wow, Achilles, that was beautiful." It was a bunch of gobbledygook. That means nothing whatsoever. I love these people so much. This used to be on their main channel. This is a re-upload of an old video of theirs that used to be on their main channel that they used to pretend that they were all proud of. Why isn't this on your main channel again, Steven? Why isn't this on Proverbs, guys? Oh, wait. Is it because you have your YouTube channel, Proverbs Guys Ministries, linked as a personal website on your LinkedIn, Steven? I thought Proverbs Guys Ministries was a collaboration between everybody. I thought everybody had an equal voice on the Proverbs Guys Ministries. And quite frankly, I thought that you weren't even in charge anymore, Steven. I thought that was Dan's job now. I thought Dan was in charge. So why is Proverbs Guys listed as your personal website on LinkedIn, Steven? Could it possibly be that when you're trying to get a job and trying to present yourself to employers, then all of a sudden you're in charge of the Proverbs Guys Ministries and you have total control and authority, because you actually do, and that's never not been the case. And you could never let go of power to save your life, you miserly, miserable lump of a man.
Wow. Tell us what you
I'm just so sick of Stephen Bolin and Achilles. They're just such a rotten group of narcissists. And they foster this community of, oh, we are such brave warriors. Like, look at Achilles' icon there. Like, he's trying to portray himself as, oh, I'm a big, strong warrior. And look at me in my hoplite armor with my big spear. It's not a phallic symbol at all. He's going to call it crosses on churches a phallus. I'm going to call that a phallus if we're just going to be that ridiculous about things. But he acts like he's so brave over everything. And yet he crapped his pants as soon as he found out that Chuck was coming to the same country as him. He's somebody twice Achilles' age. What's the threat? Chuck has literally just announced that he's going to Greece to go have a nice vacation. And then Achilles is like, oh my god, oh no, oh shit, I need to make a video saying my last testimony in case Charles comes and whacks me. It's like, oh my god, dude. These people are so paper thin. They're so paper thin. And that's why Stephen refuses to meet Christian in real life. Not because he's afraid Christian's going to fight him or anything like that. I don't think that's the case at all. But Stephen recognizes that when people meet in real life, that whole, nice guy persona is going to fall away just the same as your boisterous, Christian's the worst guy ever. He's a priest of law. He's the picture. He's a poster boy of false doctrine. That's all going to fall away if he meets with Christian in person because people are universally more reasonable when they meet in person versus when they're gabbing at each other over a computer screen. Because there's something in the human mind that compartmentalizes those things. It almost thinks of this as like a separate reality than the one that we're actually living in because we're not corporeally interacting with things the way that you would conventionally. So Achilles doesn't want to meet Father Charles and Stephen doesn't want to meet with Christian because these Christians, quote unquote, are terrified of actually having common ground with these people. It's disgusting. Christian made a very good point yesterday. He said, when was the last time Stephen did anything that was actually good? When was the last time Stephen did anything that was actually edifying to literally anybody whatsoever? Anytime that you ever see Stephen anymore, he's always yelling at people. He's always saying how he's better than people. He's always trying to say all this dirt about other people. He's always trying to stir up drama and stir up strife and call people names. That's all you ever do anymore, Stephen. People out there thought that maybe Krista would be a moderating force on your life. But if anything, you've gotten worse. And that's not because of Krista. That's in spite of Krista. But I can only worry about how you're rubbing off on her.
I do say him take care of his son.
Yeah, thank God he has one son. I'm sure they gave Bobby a multicolored coat, just like they gave Joseph, because he's the only prodigal son that Stephen actually cares about. Good for you, Steven. You managed to take care of one of your kids. It doesn't exonerate you from not taking care of any of the others, you piece of shit.
You want me to continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's it. There will be no text before or after. It's just some fun to start
That's
the
fine.
day. Yeah.
Hello, Bill. Hart, go ahead and play that one. We have 20 minutes before Dr. Hovind joins us. Let's go ahead and dive into this episode.
Yep. Hello, Bill. Welcome.
Steven was edifying
this
this
one
one.
is
Pause.
a weird one. It's gonna
Pause. Dan says Steven was edifying this morning. Yeah, what was he edifying? His own ego, Dan? What was he edifying? I'm sure Steven has no problem whatsoever edifying his ego and edifying his pocketbook by stealing from Father Charles. Promising, oh, I'll pay back money for that computer, Father Charles. This whole stream right now bashing Father Charles is being done on a laptop that Steven essentially stole from Father Charles by not paying back the money he promised he would pay Father Charles back with. Hey, Dan, Steven wants to edify. Why doesn't he pay Charles back? Why doesn't he send Chuck the money? Isn't that the good Christian thing to do? Or are you going to make an excuse for him like you always do? Are you just going to excuse his horrible behavior because, oh, he's in the same in-group as me? We've got a sewing circle that we dress up as a ministry, and that means that I can't criticize Steven because I'm a coward that doesn't have a spine. Shut up, Dan. Aiden, yawn. Yeah, that's a really good argument, Dan. It's about as good of an argument as I was expecting. Yeah, me letting you know that your manager, the person that started your channel, the fact that this ministry that you're running is literally founded on stolen property. Of course, that's no big deal to you. I'm not surprised you're just yawning. I mean, like, isn't it one of the major 10 commandments that you shouldn't steal, Dan? Isn't he violating one of the most important fundamental principles of God's laws by just operating this supposed ministry on stolen That's no problem, though, right, Dan? Who cares about that? Just sweep it under the rug because it's against the narrative I want to build of Steven being a good person. Nobody thinks Steven is a good person, Dan. You realize that, right? Nobody outside of your little in-group has this illusion that Steven Andrew Bolin, or Dan Pawsey for that matter, are good people. You guys are vilified by far more people than you are entrusted with. And that's not because you're a Christian. There's plenty of Christians that vilify you too, Dan. There's plenty of religious people that think that you are an intolerable, incorrigible human being.
Now, Aiden, is that any way to talk to the president?
Yeah. Hey, Dan, go listen to The Emperor Has No Clothes. I think that would be a really good illustration of your current circumstance.
What about the emperor that have a lot of clothes?
Well, most of them do. Most of them have quite a wardrobe. Most people don't realize even rich people back in the ancient world had a tiny wardrobe in comparison to even like poor people today. Like, yeah, they had a few robes and stuff, and they had a few different changes of clothes, but clothing was not this like abundant thing back before industrialized clothing manufacture was a thing. Anyways, I'm getting lost on a rabbit trail. You're getting my historical side to come out, but it's the Aiden talking down how bad it is for Steven. What? Is for shepherds to talk down. This is how the Spirit can save you. Hey, Dan, your ministry is founded on stolen property. What about that? Are you going to address that? Are you going to address the fact that the very foundation of your ministry is built off of a violation of the 10 Commandments? Or are you just going to keep dodging? Duck, dodge, make sure I avoid that question. Aiden can continue to steal GG's show. Steal, I'm here because Gangster Ghost sent me the link, you dullard. I'm not stealing anything. He paused the show and is allowing me to speak on his platform. Or is he incapable of doing that? One moment you were saying how brave Gangster Ghost was, how well he was standing up to people, but now all of a sudden, no, Gangster Ghost is this meek little ninny that can't defend himself and can't say anything when Aiden steals the show from him. I'm pretty sure if Gangster Ghost had a problem with what I was saying right now, he'd say something about it, Dan. He'd say something, but he's not. Because he's perfectly fine with what I'm saying, and no amount of you trying to manipulate him is going to change that, cocksucker.
Want me to continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be a short one, but it had to happen. I hope you enjoy this.
We'll get to it. I'm ready
I
for
love
it.
this city. It's a fact.
This is so
Greatest city.
This
Wait,
is
wait,
from,
is that Steven and Dan in the front seat of a car, unchaperoned? What the hell?
No, it's Father Charles and Miss Maud.
Father and daughter, and then it's okay.
City in the history of mankind.
I say we have a policy of ignoring Dan from now on in the chat. Dan, if you want to say anything, you can come on the show.
1904.
Go ahead.
They named it San Diego, which of course in German means a whale's vagina.
No, there's no way that's correct.
I'm sorry, I was trying to impress you.
Oh.
I don't know what it means. I'll be honest, I don't think anyone knows what it means anymore. Scholars maintain that the translation was lost hundreds of years ago.
Doesn't it mean Saint Diego?
No.
No, that's what it means. Really.
Well, agree to disagree.
Gangster, you're silly.
What are these weird edits?
Oh, Cowboy Chuck.
I say you've been cheating.
Go on, take on the kilo. There, what? At the scene.
You know, can you pause this?
Hold on. There. There's Claude. There's Bird Pike.
You know, this movie clip is appropriate because, like every other project, the project, quote unquote, the Proverbs guys have ever produced, it's just them taking a whole bunch of stuff from other people and just presenting it like it's theirs. Oh, yeah, this is our stuff, guys. Wow. So stupid. Can't even come up with their own ideas. Can't even come up with their own forms of parody. Let's just take somebody else's stuff.
There's Big Bad Mama, and there's Bird Pike.
I like it.
Big Bad Cowboy. Cowboy Mama.
Cowboy Mama. I was just Christian.
Yeah, Birder Cowboy.
It's the cowboy carp.
Were any of these guys switched? No, I don't think so. Uh-oh.
You like to see that again? It's hard to catch the first time.
Oh. Smack him again. Smack Farchuk's face off.
Cut it out. Did you get it?
Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go.
So you think it's going to end here, huh? Yeah, I think so.
Uh-oh.
I have.
That was so funny. So funny. He smacked Farchuk's face off.
What I liked about that was that you like added your own things into that little narrative.
Yeah.
That was the most entertaining part of that entire thing. And
That was
that's
so
something that
boring.
they are incapable of doing. At least when you make content, Gangster Ghost, you like put your own edits and stuff into it. Like you make it your own by like just actually transforming the work in some way, shape, or form. They literally just like play movie clips whole cloth and are like, yeah, that's that guy. So lazy.
It's so funny. He smacked the fire truck's face off. Oh, funny. He looked like he knocked his face off of him.
I have to tell you, Achilles, that is now my all-time forever favorite movie ever. Just so you know.
Dude, you gotta watch those movies. They have super messages.
All right, so let's finish going through this. We're down to 15 minutes, and I think we have just enough time. So the reason we're getting into this, guys, is because things have come out of Father Chuck's channel that are so far from godly, it's ridiculous. And it's something that I'm sure...
I promise you, I would be willing to bet every single cent in my bank account right now that if I had Stephen Bolin in the room right now and he had to answer one question, and that question was, what specific offenses did Father Charles commit that precipitated this video? Even hypothetically, if he did once have a reason for doing this, he's forgotten about it a long time ago. It doesn't matter anymore. It's long since vanished from his mind. Even if there is hypothetically an actual reason, which I doubt, considering the fact that these are people who never cite actual examples. They always just throw conjecture out there and never cite anything specifically. So I'm already granting them quite a bit of liberty by saying that they had an example when they made this video. But I promise you, if there was one, he is forgotten. So why re-upload the video, Steven? If the reason for this video being made was because you wanted to refute Chuck's hatred that was coming out of his channel, and all these horrible things, are they on Chuck's channel right now? No, unlike you, he actually took those down. He left that in the past, Steven. He moved on with his life. This is content from like a year ago that you're dredging up and putting back out there that isn't edifying in any way, shape, or form. This isn't building anybody up. This isn't teaching anybody anything. This serves nothing but to showcase how horrible and how hate-filled and weighed down by anger and wrath and hatred and all those fruits of the flesh, as the Bible describes them, your heart really is, Stephen. Why are you dredging this up, if for no other reason than to try and get Father Charles to, like, react in some way, shape, or form? Or was it Achilles that asked you to re-upload it because Father Chuck took the trip to Greece? That's another fan theory that I've got that could possibly be true. But given how controlling Steven is of everything, I doubt that he would give Achilles access to his channel. He's the one that has to hold all the reins, after all.
In my opinion, grieves the Holy Spirit continuously, what Chuck allows over there. And it didn't set right with me. I've known many pastors in my life, and there's no way that a God-fearing pastor would allow the types of abominations that Chuck promotes and pushes and laughs along with, the type of blasphemies. So we did research. We did research off of what we know about Chuck, and we know that he lives in York, Pennsylvania. We're not going to give specifics about his address because we're not trying to dox him, but it's very easy.
He already doxed them. What do you mean we're not trying to dox them?
Father Charles, first of all, the church that they pull up here isn't even right, because Stephen has demonstrated time and time again he can't do research worth shit. His research for this Joseph video in Egypt was literally just pulling up a couple of YouTube videos whose title vaguely matched what he already wanted and what his conceptions of things already were. He didn't even watch the beginnings of the video. He showed that with like, oh, there's music in this? I didn't know about that. He didn't even watch the freaking video, dude. What the heck? So, with all that in mind, the church that they present here isn't Chuck's church. It's not the one that he claimed to have been a clergyman at. They just found some Orthodox church in the town that Chuck gave them the information that he was from. You know how Stephen knows the town and the shipping address and the specific address, by the way, of Father Charles? It's because there was a return address on the laptop that Stephen was sent. That's how he knows Father Charles' information, was because of the charity and the generosity that Father Charles had in giving Stephen this laptop with the goal of trying to spread missionary work. You'll never hear Stephen ever say this or ever bring this up, but this supposed priest of Baal, quote unquote, gave Stephen the means of starting his ministry by giving him the laptop that he still uses to this day. By virtue of that, if it weren't for Father Charles' generosity, people like Dan's little platform wouldn't even exist. So all these people saying all these horrible things about Father Charles, your platform wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. So maybe give that a little bit of a thought before you keep saying all these horrible things about this guy. He's so bad. That's why he tried to get people to spread the gospel. That's why the only reason he gave me this laptop was because I said I was going to spread the gospel. What a horrible guy.
To then validate the things that he's claiming. And
Dan is directly trying to manipulate you right now in the chat. Gigi, you would have a great show if you would limit the babbling Aiden. See, Dan, unlike you, I don't tell Gangster Ghost what to do. I don't tell him what he should or shouldn't do. I don't give him directives like what you just did there. Oh, it'd be great if you did that. I'm sure you would think the show would be great, Dan, because I'm critical of you. It's no surprise that you would think the show would be better if Gangster Ghost didn't allow me to actually be critical of your actions. And the very basic fact that your ministry was built off of the generosity of the man that they're currently covering right now on YouTube. Of course you don't want that out there, Dan. Of course you want Gangster Ghost to shut me up. But it's not going to happen. No matter how hard you try to drive a wedge between me and Gangster Ghost, Dan, no matter how hard you try to drive a wedge between Gangster Ghost and atheists and paint all atheists to be horrible, spineless, malevolent people, you know how you were disproven on that, Dan? You were disproven on that yesterday because you went on Gangster Ghost's show and you said, oh, these atheists are horrible. These atheists are bad. Look at all these horrible things that the atheists are doing. And when I went on there and asked you, okay, what did I do that was bad, Dan? What happened that I did that was bad? You said, oh, well, you didn't do anything that was bad at all. You didn't do anything that was bad. As a matter of fact, Aiden, you were the voice of reason. Oh, really? Why didn't you bring that up ahead of time? Why didn't you bring up the fact that me and Big Bad Mama were doing nothing but being the voices of reason then, Dan? Why didn't that come up? Oh, wait, it's because you're not trying to objectively evaluate reality. You're trying to push a fucking narrative, you piece of garbage. It's so obvious.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, how's it going? Wow, I was listening to a little bit of this. So I see the smearing campaign of Father Charles. I think they should give back the equipment. In all fairness, if they claim to be Christian, they need to give back that equipment to Father Charles.
Stephen said that he was going to. When this was brought up like a year ago, when the fact that Father Charles's laptop that Stephen still hasn't paid back was brought up a year ago, Stephen said, I'll be sending it tomorrow. I'll send it to you tomorrow, Father Charles. Never happened. He claimed that Father Charles forgave him the money. But you know what, Stephen? If you were genuine in your walk with Christ, that wouldn't matter. You'd pay him back anyway, and you'd give him back the laptop because that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, especially
You would
if
at
you're going to
least
smear
pay
him like
him
that.
back. Yeah, if this guy is a priest of Baal, then why are you operating on equipment that was paid for by him? Why would you even associate yourself with that? Why would you have the 30 pieces of silver that Judas got for betraying Jesus fund your ministry?
Yeah, and I hope that he's pretty sure about it, because number one, I don't believe them. I think that they're wrong, that Father Charles is a priest. Until I see evidence otherwise, I would never make that kind of claim, because if they're wrong about that, they have no idea the kind of condemnation they're bringing on themselves.
Gigi says he doesn't like foul mouths, you foul mouth. Well, hey, Dan, maybe don't be a reprehensible piece of shit and I won't be so foul mouthed. How about that? Maybe try operating like a decent human being, and maybe I won't feel the need to invoke that kind of language. You realize I don't just like use that all the time, right, Dan? Like, that's not something that I use lightly. Unlike you just like going around saying all these awful things about people, I don't take those sorts of things lightly. I only use it in situations where I think it's necessary. And it is abundantly necessary in this scenario to take you down a peg or two, Dan, because you are so laden with delusion. So many different layers. It's like a delusion lasagna. There's so many at this point. But yeah, somebody needs to cut the lasagna in half and show the different layers for what they are. And if you don't like that, Dan, then you can fuck off and watch something else. We can keep going.
Go through and show you some examples of that right now. So the Orthodox Church actually has a super impressive website. This is the official Orthodox Church website. And what's so amazing about this is it's a really useful tool. This is Clergy in PA. What we're looking at is literally every single clergyman in the state of Pennsylvania from the Orthodox Church.
Apologies. It's just, these guys are idiots. Okay, so they're assuming that he's part of the diocese of the OCA. I'm pretty sure he's ROCOR. So they checked the wrong place. Yeah, they checked the wrong diocese.
He literally has been overt in saying that he was ROCOR, and there is a ROCOR church in Charles's area. But you know what? Even though these people claimed that they weren't going to dox Charles, Charles has been very overt in saying that he lives in the same direct area as that church. He lives in the same neighborhood as the church that he used to be a clergyman at. So yeah, you're not directly doxing him, but you're basically giving everybody, here's a little half-mile radius around which Charles lives.
Yeah. Yeah, what scumbags? I mean, not only are they wrong, but they're gonna claim that he's falsely claiming to be a priest, and they're wrong about it, and they're doxing him. Like, do they have any idea how unchristian they are?
Dan is responsible for Aiden breaking Gigi's one rule. No, it's not been an official rule. It's never been an official rule. As a matter of fact, Dan, I was trying to impose that rule for the longest time, and then people like Lupin kept breaking it so often that I figured out that it really wasn't necessarily enforceable, was it? Everybody's just going to walk all over it? Then it's not a real rule. I was one of those people trying to enforce that as a rule on this channel, Dan. And your ilk didn't respect it. So how about you shut up about things that you don't have any knowledge about whatsoever and just come on the show, Daniel? Oh, is your internet acting up again? Is this one of those real convenient times where your internet acts up when like people are critical of you and you don't have anything as far as an actual refutation is concerned? That's crazy.
Can I just add that I actually prefer talking to atheists to people like the Proverbs guys. Vastly prefer talking to atheists than them.
Pious
Hi,
priests
guys.
is what they are.
Just wanted to say hi. Hello.
Hey, Mr. Logo, welcome to the show.
Hi. Yeah, Dan, I remember when the Proverbs guys preferred to talk to your audience while you had your headphones off, right?
Yeah.
That was a low blow, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
That was unfair, I think.
Yeah, and they started making streams about me too. Apparently, Steven got real upset because I won't let him on my show after he blasphemed the Mother of God and said that when God saved me from alcoholism, that was actually a trick of Satan.
Why do you think Steven delights so much in kicking people out? The only thing you need to do to examine what people hate, especially people whose hearts are as weighed down with avarice and hatred as Steven's, is to examine what they take such great pleasure in doing to others. Like, Steven loves booting people out of his channel. He loves shutting people up and muting them and having total control over things. So when that's exercised on him, he hates it so much. Because the only reason why he does it to other people so liberally is because he knows how much it bothers him. He knows how much it makes him feel bad, so he tries to impose it on other people. You know, kind of like a piece of garbage.
Yeah, and he likes to brag about having 1K subscribers, and I have like more than that, so maybe that's why he gets so upset that I don't let him on my show.
Well, to be fair, we found out earlier if Christian Carp would like unsub all his accounts, they'd probably get back down to like probably 50 or 100 people. So really, most of their count is Christian Pike.
Yeah, I mean, you know what's funny? Dan just said something in the chat that if I was a piece of crap like Dan, I would ask Gangster. I'd put Gangster Ghost on the spot right now, and I would ask Gangster Ghost, am I breaking your rules by cursing on your show? But you know what that's doing, Dan? It's putting Gangster Ghost on the spot in a way that's very unfair, because the social situation right now is stacked in such a way that he wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable providing an objective answer. So I'm not going to ask him that right now, even though it would prove my point, because proving a point for me doesn't take priority over making my friends uncomfortable. I know it does with you. I know it does with Lupin. I know you guys love making your little points, and whoever is in the crossfire of that doesn't matter. Why would you care less? So I'm not going to ask Gangster Ghost that, because I'm not a piece of crap like you, Dan.
I will say that I think Lupin's a pretty good guy. I mean, I've talked to him pretty recently, and he seemed pretty affable, at least a lot better than the Proverbs guys.
Yeah, Dan, how did you meet your wife, or how much did you pay for her? I'm looking into buying wife myself. I don't know if I want the Western version or if I want the Filipino version. So I want to see what I'm getting, what kind of bang for my buck, if you can help me out here, Dan.
He had to save up 10 cereal box tops before he was able to get.
And then also, how do you use missionary money to go on vacation and still call it a mission? Just kind of curious about that one. Go ahead and deflect, Dan. You've been doing it. I pose my question.
That's all he does. That's all he does. He never, ever answers anything direct. He has no problem answering things. You know what the funny thing is that Dan will say, oh, learning disability this, learning disability that. You're making fun of my learning disability. I'm going to cry about it. You know what, Dan? You never have a problem answering things directly when it's something you already agree with. Isn't that crazy? When somebody asks you a direct question and the question is concerning something you're already inculcated into, you don't have a problem giving a direct answer whatsoever. I've seen you do it on several occasions, but for some strange fucking reason, when somebody says something against you and against your sensibilities, you just veer off into random directions and try to take the conversation in the places it has nothing to do with whatsoever.
You mean like his last comment? Here, we're looking at an attack, supposedly, which I find it humorous, because really it makes them look bad, not Upchuck at all. But in the middle of all of this, he wants to sit there and say, hey, Chuck, I'm jealous. Have you been to Greece before? Like they're best friends.
Dustin says that's low, Aiden. Box tops. That has nothing to do with Dan's wife whatsoever. It really doesn't. It's entirely a criticism of Dan as a person. I'm just saying Dan is somebody who is very fake, Dustin. I'm trying to say that he's fake. He hides behind a facade. And look, as far as that is concerned, if you think that that's a slight against his wife, I'll make it very clear. I have nothing against Dan's wife whatsoever. I've never known her. I've never spoken with her. I have no ill will towards his wife whatsoever. Dan's just a piece of garbage, and I like rubbing his face in the dirt.
You know she hasn't talked to Dan in 20 years.
She probably intentionally
I knew some guy that paid me $10,000 to be his wife for a while.
She probably intentionally unlearned English so she didn't have to listen to Dan's miasmic ramblings all the time.
Yeah, I would just say, Dan, if you're watching this still, which you probably are, both atheists and Christians are reproving you of this behavior. You shouldn't be trying to tear down an ordained priest and try to defame his name and to dox him to try to put him into danger, especially given what you've said about some of your own members and their allegations. You should be real careful with the game you're playing, because people might know where you live or some of your members, and that might get dangerous.
Dustin, I know that it could be interpreted that way, and Dan will interpret it that way, which I find quite funny. Dan will interpret it as a slight against his wife, which is unnecessarily throwing his wife under the bus as a result. Like, it's not about her. I never directly invoked her in that aspect. I was just talking about Dan and his ridiculous behavior. So if he wants to make it about his wife, then he can drag his wife into it in a way that's not necessary. That's fine. That's his choice. I just hope that she doesn't have to hear about any of this crap. I really do. I hope that she doesn't hear about any of this stupid nonsense. That, let's be honest, Dan, a year or two from now, nobody's going to care about this. Nobody's going to care about any of this crap. Why do you think in Facebook Messenger I tell Dan, hey, why don't you go play catch with your kid? Why don't you go spend some time with your kid? Why don't you go spend some time with your wife? Why don't you go do something with your life? Because I promise you, that's going to be a lot more meaningful to you in the long term than sitting here and gabbing off about people that are like a third your age that really shouldn't matter or register in your life in any significant way whatsoever.
I have something to Dan tried to make it a lot about morality and is it absolutely good or whatever this thing, and also in that instance when they said it's an inappropriate relationship, whatever. I have something to share. I can put that in private chat. Aiden, could you maybe share that, because I suck at sharing.
What is it that you're asking me to share?
Screen sharing.
Oh, I'm on my phone. I can't do that right now. If you could,
Oh.
Gangster Ghost might be able to.
Hello?
Wait, so Stephen called Deviant a child predator?
Oh, yeah. I know he did
Whoa.
yesterday.
Wow.
No, he did.
That's crazy, man. That's a crazy game you guys are playing. You're going after people that are righteous men, and then you yourselves are acting this way. Oh, I hope it doesn't catch up with you. Oh, Lord have mercy on you.
Gangster, can you screen share that?
Fat shaming is the act of criticizing, humiliating, or mocking someone who is perceived as overweight or fat. It can also include negative comments about body shape or size, and can be directed at.
Before you come to the start, please, to the very start. The context is when Dan and the others are making it about morality. Is it absolutely whatever moral, right? Now the context of this is, let's say, you work for something, and work in that case is giving a stone. And there are two options of reward. A grape, which is the big car or the big house, the loft or something. And cucumber, which is a little maybe toy car or something, some less valid reward. Right?
I need to tell you something, Mr. Logo.
Yes?
Sorry, but they don't. It's a joke. They don't believe in monkeys.
Is there sound? Can you
Do
go?
remember that?
Can you go full screen?
Oh, sorry. No full screen. Remember, it's just a joke. Where Keys joke around saying, "Sorry, we're not like Aces have imagination like Aces do believing in monkeys."
Oh. Please run it. That was the context.
Getting grape, and you will see what happens. So she gives a rock to us. That's the task, and we give her a piece of cucumber, and she eats
cucumber, right?
it. The other one needs to give a rock to us.
Give a rock,
and that's what she does.
That's the work.
And she gets a grape.
Right.
And she eats it. The other one sees that. So he gives a rock to us now, gets again cucumber.
How dare him for that?
That's pretty good.
Wait. Now
That's
she
pretty
checks
good.
it. Now she checks it.
She tests the rock now against the wall. She needs to give it to us. And she gets cucumber again.
So thank you for sharing that.
No problem. That was pretty funny.
Wait 5 seconds. The background is none of them have read your book, right? That is the punchline, I think. Right? So, yeah.
Oh. I need to tell you something. But Syracuse doesn't believe in your monkeys. He doesn't have imagination like Acey's believing in monkeys.
So I just want to reply. By the way, Logo, that was hilarious. But I just wanted to reply to Dan's comment. So he said, fat shaming is the act of criticizing, humiliating, or mocking someone who is perceived as overweight or fat. It can also include negative comments about body shape or size, or can be directed at, and then it just cuts off because you don't have enough space to put the rest of the definition and forgot to post the rest of the definition, I guess. Oh, did he post it further up in the... Hold on. Fat shaming has made public. Okay, so that being said, I just have to say in regards to that fat shaming comment that Stephen Boland on September 10th, 2001 actually got significantly sick and was incapable of getting on one of the flights that actually crashed into the Twin Towers, meaning that Stephen is directly morally responsible for the 2 people that took his seats as a result.
That's true?
Yes. That's right.
Sure?
No, it's not true. It's a joke about him being fat.
Oh. But I did hear that the makers of what they called the Family Guy was supposed to be on there. See? But he didn't make it on there, so yeah. Oh.
Yep.
How
I
are you,
just think,
Daniel?
yeah, I'm doing good. I just think the equivalence of fat shaming to calling people pedophiles and not real priests is it's just hilarious to me. I don't know why nobody else sees that as funny. I mean, to compare the two of being like, hey, you're fat versus you have inappropriate relations with a child, or you're not a real priest and you say that you are. These are things that can lead someone to hell forever versus saying that someone's fat, which is just a sort of obtuse, somewhat rude observation to make.
Mark and Dustin seem to have been fans of my my Steven joke. Good, I'm glad. Dan, for the sake of Daniel's soul, he didn't laugh, but I knew it was all internal. It's all right. I know.
I also had to piece it together with the 2-seat thing, and I was just like, the 9/11 thing just got me wrapped up in it. I was just like, was he actually there? Because Steven talked about how he's a Jew all the time, so maybe he got the call,
He got the call. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Stay
We're
home
not
that
doing
day.
that. We're not going down that road.
Okay.
All right. No, but shut up, Daniel. So Dan's trying to bring up something that I know for a fact he's trying to get me upset, and he's trying to get me mad, and he's trying to bring up something that he thinks is going to get me all mad right now, and I'm not going to take the bait. Dan, everybody knows what happened. Everybody knows who said what and when things went down the way that they did. I don't even need to redefine what happened. You're the only one that attempts to redefine things after all. So the narrative stands on its own. I don't even need to comment on it.
Well, what I don't like is seeing that Proverbs guys are talking to teens now and trying to get them to say these free grace ideas and be like, you don't need to follow Christ at all because that would be boastful. Thank you so much, Father Stephen, for telling me how to think about this Bible. I'm sure glad I'm not going to a real church. You're helping me out a whole lot. This isn't child abuse. Let's put you on YouTube.
I wish it wasn't too. I wish I could say too soon, Aiden, but it's not. Yeah, how does that make you? It's over 20 years ago now. Does that make you feel old? Yeah, I'd say 20 years is a pretty good safe divide between it not being too soon no more. Full generation has come up that doesn't even really like know that happened because they weren't around. I mean, like I was in diapers when it happened, so I'm not going to pretend like I knew what the heck was going on. But
Yes, you did. Stop denying it, and we all know you're part of the Illuminati.
that's true. No, I helped. I was the one that sent out the call that Daniel was talking about earlier. Now I'm doing it. No, we're not going there. We're not going there.
Like Stewie from Family Guy, who has this secret life.
Dan, it's not your job to reprove atheists, man. Like, if you're going to reprove anybody, it should be fellow Christians and yourself.
Yeah, everybody in the chat is already handling things as much as it needs to. Dan's just fishing for a big reaction out of me, and he's not going to get it, which is the reason why he didn't get it the first time that he brought it up on a previous stream.
Well,
Dan, you're so one-dimensional.
He loves to mention when people are atheists and be like, how can Gangster Ghost talk to these atheists? You know, I'm so righteous, I won't even talk to them. You know, I'm just like Jesus. I don't talk to anybody who's sick. But, like, when it comes to comparing himself morally, he loves to do it.
Well, of course. I mean, how can you be a Pharisee if you don't constantly elevate yourself over other people as often as you possibly can?
At least I'm not like Aiden, right?
Right. I mean, that's a pretty low bar, so a lot of people don't meet it, thankfully.
Well, I'm just saying that's literally from like in the Trilentian, when we go into Lent, like that's the story of the Pharisees. Like that is what we're supposed to be cautioning ourselves to never think, at least I'm not this person, because we are the worst sinner. You are deluding yourself if you don't think you're the worst sinner. I mean, especially if you have the truth and you're still sinning.
So Dan has said before on his show on several occasions, he's been basically the tact he takes is that he's going to act worldly and he's going to act in a reprehensible way, because if he does that, he's somehow going to expose atheists' horrible hearts and who they really are, and he's going to like make a point out of like revealing people for who they are. And I think Romans 12:21 has something to say about that, because it's very explicit in saying, do not overcome evil with evil, but rather overcome evil with good.
Yep.
So
like death with life.
Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. So that's to say that you're not supposed to fight fire with fire, Dan. That's not a biblical message. You're not doing this for any other reason but to live in your own pride, to live in your own heart, to live in your own fleshly desires. That's why you're doing this. The Bible's very explicit and very clear about that. God is not going to inhabit an unclean temple. He's not going to inhabit a tainted tabernacle. And if you are a member of the body of Christ, that means that you've been purified of those things. That means God has come into your heart and burned all of those things away. That's why when the apostle Paul says that they need to be baptized with the Holy Ghost and with fire, it's not saying that you need to be baptized with literal fire. It's to say that there is a spiritual fire that goes into the tabernacle of your heart and cleanses it for the Lord such that he might be able to inhabit it. So Dan, you coming around and saying, oh, well, I'm just making my tabernacle dirty to show other people how dirty their tabernacles are. You're defiling your spirit before the Lord, Dan.
Yeah, and there's plenty of examples out there. And also that's going to be the devil's defense. He's going to say, did I not teach them, Lord? Didn't I teach them?
Yeah, didn't I
He's
cast
like, no,
out
you don't
demons
get to
in your
own any of
name?
this,
Look
you
at all
fool.
these... The only resounding response to everybody that says, oh, look at all the good things I did, Lord. What about these things I did, Lord? Aren't those things good, Lord? He just says, depart from me, for I never knew you.
Yeah, did you
never knew
feed me
you,
when I
Dan.
was sick? Did you visit me when I was in prison?
Hey, Dan, how many people's feet have you washed? Why don't you come here and wash my feet, Dan? If your Messiah got down on his knees and washed someone's feet as in order to make an example that if he was willing to get down and wash someone's feet, that you should be able to as well, Dan. So come over here. My feet need a scrubbing.
I'd wash your feet, Aiden. No homo.
No, I get it. It's just to say because
Because you are an icon of God too. Even if you're an atheist, you're still an icon of God. God loves you.
If you look at the context of why Christ got down on his knees and washed someone's feet, that's because the only people that were to wash other people's feet in those contexts were servants. They were supposed to be the more lowly of people. So if Christ was willing to get down on his feet and wash someone else's, he's saying, if I'm willing to do this, then you should have no hesitation in doing this either. Obviously, the person whose feet he was washing was inherently less worthy than him. The person whose feet he's washing isn't the manifested body of God on earth. So yeah, the feet who he's washing are going to be inferior. They're going to be lost. They're going to be something that are not as clean as those who are being as the washer. But that's the entire point, Dan. You shouldn't have a problem washing anybody's feet. Jesus didn't, so why do you?
Well, what if someone's feet look like it's very dirty? Where you touch it, it will burn your hand off. What?
Daniel, when I return home, we'll have to have lunch. My treat. That would be awesome. If you are like, now I hate that they doxed you, but if you're in York, man, we're very close. I'm in Harrisburg, so I'll totally go and see you. Yeah.
Man, I need to see Father Charles at some point.
30 minutes away,
I
man.
really do.
I'll totally come and visit you. That'd be an honor.
Where is that? North, south, east, west? Where is that exactly?
Harrisburg is the capital of Pennsylvania. It's in the heart. So it's basically like we're in the intersection. So it's like 2 hours away from New York. 2 hours away from Washington D.C. Like it's strategically designed to be the backup capital of America.
Oh, okay.
Got the Susquehanna River.
So this is like east part, right? East.
Northeast of America. Yeah, I'm on the northeast coast. Yeah.
Okay.
Appalachia.
Birdman, what? Turn to soil. I don't get what that means. Do you know what that means, Daniel?
It's just bubblegum nonsense talk. It's just that's basically the amount of thought that goes into bubblegum's comments.
Yeah, eat the bugs and kiss the feet, Daniel. It's like they're very opposite things. Like eat the bugs is a very like liberal, like I'm going to be part of the world and like we're gonna work together to be some communist utopia versus kissing the feet is like being humble to the king. Yeah, they're very different ideas.
The entire point I'm trying to make. The entire point I'm trying to make is that Dan tries to make a big deal, and I find it funny that Dan isn't here anymore. You know, the wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Oh, he's back! He's back. You know what? I stand corrected. I just told Gemma that calling her a mail-order bride was only a condemnation of Dan. My mail-order bride has a law degree. Said, no, that's opposite. Aiden hides from responsibility. Oh, okay. So because your wife decided that she was going to take... Okay, so that makes it about her and not about you. I see, Dan. No, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you put your wife on the spot and get her involved.
What kind of husband goes and says, "Hey, I was on YouTube and somebody said that you're a mail order bride. I need to talk to you."
Right?
About this.
Like who's subject? I love how Dan like parades that around as like, "Gotcha, Aiden." It's like, do you know how much Brianna? Do you know how much Brianna has been told about this whole fat shaming debacle? Not a whit. I've not told her a single thing about it because Brianna is a woman that's far too busy with her day-to-day life to be concerned about what some septuagenarian in America has to say about her. All right? She doesn't care. It's not worth her time. So why is it worth your wife's time, Dan? Why are you going and bothering her with all this nonsense? It just goes to show, once again, you do not care about how other people feel. You don't care about the fact that you're putting her on the spot. You're making her have to answer to something that she wouldn't even known about or been bothered about otherwise. all just for the sake of you trying to prove some stupid little point. And look where it got you, Dan. It profited you nothing whatsoever. Now your wife has found out about what some random guy on the internet has said about the fact that her husband had to go get cereal box tops or whatever in order to get you. Like, that is something that she now knows about, all just to make a point that went nowhere. Congratulations, Dan. You are somehow even more retarded than I thought you were before. That's quite an achievement.
You want to finish watching the show, or?
I think Josh Music is about to pop in here.
Dan, you are the one that said that she was a mail order bride. Yeah, I didn't even bring that up, Mark. The fact that he's the one that let everybody know that he got her through that is like, that doesn't matter. That's totally irrelevant to this, because it's so obvious that Dan is just trying to provoke a reaction out of me. And in return, rather than getting a reaction out of me, he went and got a reaction out of his wife. God, what an ignoramus you are, Dan.
Hello.
Hey, Josh. How's it going? Peace be with you.
Hi, Josh.
How did you know I was joining, Daniel? What are you, some kind of wizard?
He's a seer.
Formally. No, I'm a Christian now. I repented of that.
Why is Dan here, man? Dan, go to sleep. Go do another vacation missionary you like to do.
It's like what I said earlier. Dan, go play catch with your kid. Go play chess with your wife, or go have a nice walk along the beach or something like that.
Since this is such an atheist channel, right? That's what he called it. He called Gangster. Are you an atheist?
No.
So why did he call this an atheist channel?
I mean, he did claim that he apologized for that, but he made sure to apologize backstage where there was no accountability.
Apologies don't mean shit, because when I apologize for getting upset that I wasn't let on his channel, apparently my apology was fake and phony, and I didn't really mean it. So apologies don't mean anything. Unless you lick the bottom of Gangster Go's shoe, your apology doesn't mean anything. Man.
Wow,
Can we
going
get that on
ham,
video?
huh? What's up, Josh?
What's up, Dustin?
Much love, buddy.
Duck fan. That's all I'm going to say. It's a spoonerism.
Dan has to watch the feed of Gangster Ghost to truly apologize.
I'm still silenced on their channel, on the Proverbs Guys channel. They have me hidden, so if I comment on their videos or on their stream, you can't see any of my comments, which is common. That's typical behavior of a cultist organization where they try to silence people.
That's what they claim I am.
Dan is trying to, I don't know what Dan's trying to do, and I don't understand. It's like a conglomerate of bad decisions built on a house of cards, like stacked on top of a bunch of sand.
It's not getting him anywhere. It's not, and this is, me and Christian have been speculating about this for a long time. And the speculation really is like, what's the end game here, Dan? Like, what's the point of all of this? Like,
and you want to know a secret, Aiden?
What?
Last time I was on their channel, I was trying to talk to them, and Dan was like, no, we're going to take this offline. If Josh wants to talk to us, we can talk offline, because he wanted to hide that conversation. But lucky for you guys, I screen recorded the whole conversation offline backstage, and I'm going to drop it. Yeah, I'm going to release it on Christmas for everybody.
Oh, it's the November surprise.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh has got the receipts, Dan.
I got the
man.
receipts, Dan. And you know what the crazy part is? That I thought Steven was cool. Because Steven was like, no, Josh apologized. We already figured it out. It's all good. But when we went backstage, guess who switches up?
Oh, I can't believe it.
Mr. Boland switched up on you?
Mm-hmm.
Steven's a fake piece of garbage that says one thing online, and then when he thinks nobody's there to hold him account, just acts like the real him. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. You know what I wish I screen recorded? the time that Steven dragged me and Missing Maud into a show or into backstage on his StreamYard and cussed Lupin out for like an hour and a half straight and said that he fired him because he was a piece of shit and fuck Claudio and this and that and the other thing. That was the real Steven. You really got to see like the side of Steven that he never actually like tries to show publicly on YouTube. And it was just there in full force. If I had the acumen to have recorded that, that would have been so good.
God, Aiden, look,
I am the president. I can do whatever I want. I am the president.
Oh, I hope to God I never have to like face you in a court of law, Aiden.
What's going
Aiden's
on?
going to become Orthodox someday when he's ready.
Now, Dan.
But it
What's
should be
going on?
today.
You were talking a lot in the comments. You're awfully quiet now, Dan. What's going on?
Hey, maybe it will be today, Daniel. Who knows?
Back on.
I don't
I'd be
know,
arrogant if I
man.
said it couldn't be.
But anyways,
I
the real
don't
reason,
one way or the other. So
the real reason I'm here is because Aiden and Daniel are here, and Gangster goes, and I love those guys, and I'm really hungry, and I don't know what to eat.
Phantom asks, why would Steven do that with you, Aiden?
Today. I don't know.
Why would Steven do that with you, Aiden? I have to admit, I'm skeptical. You know, without the context, that's fair enough, Phantom. I completely understand. Well, first and foremost, I just need to say Missing Maud was also there, and she can back up what I'm saying as a witness to what happened. But this took place when Lupin got quote-unquote fired from the Proverbs guys. That took place during the peace talks. And during the peace talks, I was one of the only people in the community that was saying, look, let's give Steven a chance to prove who he really is and his actions. That's going to show who he is. We can sit here and talk about what he's potentially going to do all day long, but let's wait and see what he actually does, and we can judge him based off of his actions. And Steven really took a liking to that. So he tried to buddy up with me for a little while. There was a time where Steven would call me privately, and he would talk about things, and like he would try to be my buddy. And this was during that little era where like they tried to really buddy up with me because they thought that like, I don't know, probably that I could like become a wedge between them, that they could like drive a wedge between people. I mean, how they thought that is beyond me, but I do promise you that there was a time where Steven dragged me and Missing Maud into a backstage room. He invited us. He didn't drag us, but you know what I mean. He invited us back there, and he did nothing but just cuss Lupin out the entire time. And you can ask Missing Maud; she was there.
I can vouch that there was really bad blood between Lupin and Steven because of stuff that Lupin was saying behind Steven's back. So it's entirely possible, and matter of fact, likely, to the point of beyond a shadow of a doubt, that what Aiden is saying is very verifiable.
I mean, the reasons that Steven cited in that room was because Lupin did a stream covering the open panel that they hosted on their channel with Kent Hovind, and Lupin was very critical of how the moderation was handled, and he was specifically critical of Steven. He didn't mention anybody else by name. He mentioned Steven by name. Sometimes, yeah, he would say, oh, we did something wrong. We messed up here. But if he ever mentioned a name, it would never be him that was mentioned. It would always be Steven. He did that stream without Steven's permission, and Steven cut that stream off halfway through.
To be fair, you are the company you keep, okay? And I'm sorry, by this point, if you don't know that Lupin is a moron, you know, dude, like, look, the man did say some stupid things, right? So, but I'm guilty of that too. We all are. The thing about it is the way that Steven handled it was completely wrong. I completely disagree with his methods. So, yeah.
It's Steven, even more than Achilles, is a very two-faced human being. He has a him and Hillary Clinton would be best friends because Hillary Clinton in one of her meetings at ExxonMobil that got released with her email leaks, said that, yeah, I have a public position and I have a private position. And that's the definition of Stephen Boland's policy of honesty on YouTube. He has a public position, which is all righteous and pious and holier than thou. Unless somebody he disagrees with is on, then he makes it a little bit more of his private position. And then there's his private position, which is just a fully worldly, fleshly, lost person who doesn't know the first thing about the book that he claims is the foundation for his beliefs.
It's difficult to know what people are really thinking, but I think he should not have changed sides when he was on side of Cindy Lincoln. You know,
Aiden,
I think that
did
was the
you
right.
have? Oh man! Oh, you had to say that. You had to say that right before I was. Okay, yeah. I guess you're right, Aiden. I can't argue. I want to. I want to say some things, but I can't now that Logo just brought that up. Because
well, yeah, go ahead.
Well, look, the thing is, like, he did turn on. Oh, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, but he did turn on what's his name? I can't remember it.
DB Copper.
No, well, him too, but for different reasons, and like that was kind of a mutual thing. What's his freaking the name's
Oh,
right
I
on
think
the
I know who you're talking about. Now that's escaping me too, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Look, it does, like, I've seen several examples where he's turned on people, and like, dude, I can't ignore it anymore. Steven is my friend, like, but I can't ignore it anymore. Stump, he's turned on Stump, he's turned on everybody.
He turned on Christian Pike. He turned on Gangster Ghost. He turned on Missing Maud. He turned on Mark Stoney.
I mean, I don't think Mark Stoney and Steven were ever really friends. The way
No, they
Steven
were.
talks about him. Were they?
No, they were friends. They literally, like, were in-person friends when they were at DAL. They were good buddies for a while. Steven, you may not have ever heard this from Steven, but if you go back and watch some of those old Jesus Forum videos, and if you hear Mark Stoney is mentioned, Steven talks about how Mark is one of the most biblically knowledgeable people that he knows, and thanks Mark for getting him out of the Hebrew Roots movement. He gives Mark credit for getting him out of that movement.
I can't think of any two people that don't have something bad to say about him. I can't. I have tried. I've actually had conversations about this in private with people. Like, for the longest time, I just kept putting it off because I couldn't see it. But, like, I mean, the evidence is, it's prima facie at this point. I'd have to be an idiot to ignore it.
Well, I think that, I mean, people are more charitable to people who are their friends. That's just a natural part of human behavior. For as objective as we like to think that we are, we all have biases. And that's just a natural part of being a person. But, I mean, I'm glad to hear that you're recognizing that in Steven. And that's like, look, I wouldn't want you not to be his friend. If you want to be his friend, you can have whatever inclination you want towards Steven, but that's not going to stop me from coming out here and letting everybody know that this is just a bunch of crap.
Look, Steven's not a friend. Okay, I tried being friends with Steven. I tried telling him things. I tried having conversations with him. I tried asking him to slow down and think about what he was doing. He never really considers the consequences of what he's doing in the moment. He'll fly off the handle and declare war and not consider the fact that there might be casualties based on the positions that he takes, the entrenchments that he does. He'll fire at people that he thinks are his enemies that really aren't, right? People that maybe have just different goals than him that conflict with his, and he considers that enemy territory. I don't understand that. And then there's like complete other principles that he just completely ignores when it comes to operating with people that you consider that you're your friends, like, right? Like, I don't know, man. Like, when you have every single person that you once considered your friend now, like, not even wanting to have contact with you, right? Like, the only people right now that are sticking with him, I mean, and I love these people. It hurts me to say this, but they're just being blind now at this point. You can't see it. How many people got to be dumped or just out and out leave before you take a look at the reality of the personality you're dealing with?
I mean, Mark made a good point earlier when they were showing the video. There was like a bunch of there's a few women on the screen because like they have like those animated avatars that represent people, and not one of those women are still with the Proverbs Guys Ministries. They all left. They were all disgusted by what was going on, and they didn't want to be around. They didn't want to associate with them anymore. Like Larry and his wife Cindy, they're gone. DB Copper is gone. Stump is gone. Lupin
There's
is
a
gone.
long list of people
Awake
who
Not
are
Woke is
gone.
gone. Like, the Proverbs guys have this trail of disaffected people that they leave behind them. And they wonder, and every single time it happens, it's somehow never their fault. It's never their fault. It's never something that they are ever doing wrong. It's just always everybody else's fault.
Aiden, why are you so common sense? Just get out of my head. Yes, dude, absolutely. Every single time, without fail. Like, we had a difference of opinion. You know, it was just better if we separate. Like, how many times does that have to be the case? Take a hint, man. Okay, like, you are not Jesus on the cross. You are not
No, I'm
perfect,
not.
Stephen.
No, I'm
No,
not.
Stephen. I'm saying this to Stephen. Stephen, look, man, look. I love the goal, but sometimes the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
It's a dirt road to hell.
Claude Rod in chat, Ryan is gone, kind of. But he's right. That's another one.
Yeah, Ryan is kind of gone in a way. He's another casualty of theirs that is suspended. And you know what? They've engendered so much distrust that I don't even know if that's legitimate or not. That's the thing that they don't realize, and that's something I really tried to emphasize when this entire thing came to light in the first place. And that's that these people have proven on time and time and time and time again that their word cannot be trusted. They cannot be taken at their word. Everything that they say needs to be taken with a boulder's worth of salt. Not even a little grain, just a whole boulder of salt that Sisyphus pushes up the hill only to roll back down at the very end of the day. That's how much salt you need to take with any statement that they have. And
I
that's
love
their
salt.
fault. They only have themselves to blame as far as that's concerned.
It's the
Because
only
they've
way to make it
engendered
palatable.
so much mistrust in people. And that's what the apostles talk about when they talk about a minister being beyond reproach. They're talking about the ministry as an extent of that minister. If you're going to be beyond reproach, then that means that
Preach.
you need well, that means that you need to armor yourself against any of these allegations by living a good and righteous life, by following the fruits of the Spirit and doing all of those things against which there is no law. That's how you protect yourself against these claims. Because if you're beyond reproach, of course, people are inevitably going to come up with rumors. People are going to say things that are false about you. But the apostles talk about that too. They talk about how if somebody comes to you with a false accusation against you, you should be joyous because that means that your enemy has nothing of actual substance against you. They only have lies. That's what that's a sign of. And yet every single every single thing that's put against the Proverbs guys can be substantiated with evidence, with sources, with
Who is
receipts.
it?
There's always evidence behind it. And that just means that you're anathema to what a good ministry should be.
I think it's Big Bad Mama that has the short up where Stephen Bowling is tearing into Kent Hovind. Like, just like, I mean, how do you go from complete savage hatred of a man to living on his compound in less than 3 years? I don't understand that.
And not even in less than 3 years, in like a year. In like
Was
a
it
year, it went from like just total It's total opposite land as far as Steven is concerned. And somebody brought up that I think it was Mr. Logo earlier. He was like, "Oh, they should have never left the side of Cindy." And you know what? Steven almost certainly wouldn't have left Cindy's side because Steven was getting the one thing in the world that he cares about from Cindy, and that's money. In exchange for building the cabin that Cindy wanted built. But Stephen Bolin, the architectural genius, decided that he was going to build a cabin that was literally shorter than he was.
Oh no.
No, it's true. The guy's like 6'2", and he built a freaking 6-foot cabin for a woman that's like 5'10".
That's Haggard.
Oh, dude, she would have been bumping her head against the light bulb every time that she tried to get out of bed. Like, it was ridiculous. And of course, she told Steven that.
Recess lights.
Yeah. Well, yeah, recessed lighting is your only option at that point. But you better not have any bulkheads either. But as far as this idea is concerned, like, I don't think Steven would have left Cindy's side if he would have done the work properly and Cindy paid him and he continued in that kind of working relationship, because Cindy they had like an understanding that if things worked out well with this project, that he might be able to help Cindy out through the projects in the future. So that understanding in mind, the only reason why Steven went over to Kent's side was because he improperly built the cabin. Cindy called him out for that. And rather than doing the work to redo the cabin, he just, with his construction partner, decided they were going to cuss Cindy out and burn out of her driveway and basically leave her in the dust and leave her with this half-finished project that she had already partially paid for. Like, that's the reason why he went over to Kent, was because he had no money. And Steven doesn't exactly strike me as the kind of guy that would just get a job over at the local Circle K or over at the filling station down the road. No, Steven desperately wants to be insulated in this little community of people. He never wants to leave.
Do you think I could get a job as the cabin builder at Dinosaur Adventureland and infiltrate, like, be the inside? Like, I'm really good
You won't
at
get paid.
construction.
You won't get paid. You won't even need to fill out an application. You just need to tell them that you want to work, and they'll put you right to work. Doesn't matter if you know the first thing about construction. They'll have you doing construction work that very same day.
I mean, I'll steal dino eggs and sell them on the black market.
There you go. It's all about you're like that guy from who's that fat guy from Jurassic Park? Oh, what's his name?
I feel personally attacked, but continue.
I feel personally. It's like you're calling me fat.
When he's trying to get into the free program.
His name is Dwayne.
Dwayne or Dwight or something like that. Something D
along
name.
that line.
Those guys with those D names, they're always nefarious. You know what I'm saying, Dustin?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'm joking, buddy. I'm joking.
I'm not nefarious. Dude, well, I think I have a proven record of calling balls and strikes. I take shots at everybody.
No,
except
Dustin,
for Josh. I don't think Josh and I have ever crossed swords, dude. I really don't.
I don't think so. I think you guys have been pretty chill.
Well, Aiden here. Oh shit! Hold on.
Because that'd be gay. Damn. Okay. Copy that, man. I was like, yeah, copy.
Fudge. Forgot
oh no, Josh is trying to get something.
No, I'm just hungry, so I'm not thinking straight.
I gotcha. Dude, I heard from this guy on the internet that he's starting a taco stand. You should go over there.
That's me, and I'm like slacking.
I know.
Damn. Oh,
I'm trying to encourage you to follow your dreams, Josh.
Man, honestly, like, I just want to be a farmer and wake up and go milk my cows and stuff like that. It's a simple life.
It's a simple life. I was about to say that.
Oh, but so here's the thing. So there's this guy in the Bible. His name is Jeconiah, right? And he was like the worst, like the absolute worst. He was so bad that God changed his name from Jeconiah to just Caniah, because he didn't want the J-E, which is like the Jehovah, the Jesus, that prefix in his name from Jeconiah to just Caniah because it was a misrepresentation of God, and he was so terrible of a person that God didn't even want him associated with him. So that's why God changed his name from Jeconiah to Caniah. Just a true story.
Okay. Have you heard
I
of
did not know that.
Joseph the tech guy? Look at him, he's a gangster now.
Joseph the tech guy. Dude, I like Joseph. Let's you know, please let's not
Dustin
attack
wants
Joseph.
me to leave. All right, I'll leave Joseph alone for Dustin's sake.
He's
Please.
a lovable guy. He's funny. I put him on Joseph and
Don't
Egypt.
pop my bubble there, okay? I like that guy.
Yeah, no,
Hey, I'm leaving him alone for your sake.
I put him in the Joseph the tech guy in Egypt. He's a funny guy. I remember first time I heard of him when he debated Brother Pike.
Oh yeah. I don't wear shorts. Brother Pike would say it's not my style, it's not my way.
Yeah, and I heard preachers don't wear shorts, so he's one of them, I guess. Oh, Mark II Greek wine. What link? What is this?
What is what?
What Mark's sharing?
Maybe Stephen Boland's LinkedIn. But
Oh, he's probably he's probably sharing Boland's LinkedIn.
Are they networking? Is that what's going on right now? What is Boland looking for? Is his wife making him become gainfully employed?
Well, I almost assure you that that's the case. I can imagine she can only tolerate being the sole breadwinner for so long. But as far as his LinkedIn says that he's in Illinois right now is the main reason why he's putting it out there. Because Steven is claiming that he's like, oh, am I living at DAL? I don't know. You know, I mean, that's going to keep you up at night, even though no one really cares one way or the other. All that seriously. But
Well, he thinks someone's out trying to serve him with something to do with his child support, because after a certain point, it becomes a felony.
So then wouldn't he want them to serve it then? Why would he be avoiding that?
Well, because if you don't have proper service, then you can't be properly arraigned.
Ah, see, I didn't know that about American law. It's different in Canada.
But yeah, no, you don't have, you have ex parte proceedings, but there's another way to deal with that.
Joseph the tech guy, he's funny. I always going to know him as Joseph the tech guy.
I think we should suspend habeas corpus just specifically in the case of Stephen Boland. I think we need to be like Abraham Lincoln when he was like, yeah, habeas corpus in Maryland, who cares about that, right? But instead of Maryland, it's just Stephen.
You don't want to do that, because then you wind up with a bond court, and basically all a bond needs to become a body is a certain amount of money, and he can purchase his way out, right? Like in this case, like it doesn't matter if he goes into debt to pay it. So all he has to do is go get him a credit card, right? He could do that with his child support if he wanted to. I don't understand why he doesn't do that. I don't understand why a lot of that doesn't.
According to him, he is paying his child support. So really, if that is true, he should have nothing that he's trying to run from whatsoever.
Well, no, but I mean, like, in all honest, like, well, but anyway, that's like a finance thing. I'm speaking in the third person.
Are we done reviewing their little clownish takedown of Father Charles?
Do you want to finish it? Or
no, I'm fine. I was just wondering if that was the case or not. I don't think it's really honestly worth looking into all that much. I've just had a good time using it as a springboard to say, screw the Proverbs guys.
What about
whataboutism?
Yeah. What about that?
What about whataboutism?
Well,
it's an interesting perspective as a pivot point in a conversation. If you're trying to derail a particular point that someone's trying to make, yeah, it's a particularly effective tactic. That's why people have such a negative interest in trying to make it officially acceptable in the zeitgeist.
Oh yeah,
of
Dustin.
The argument
Oh yeah,
world.
Dustin. Well, what about Bob? What about that, Dustin?
Liberty means to customize my
That's a great movie, by the way. What about Bob? It's a fantastic movie.
Oh, this guy debunks preterism. I wonder what Mark's think of him. This guy kind of looks like David Wood, but his name's Andy Wood. Well, Woody Harrison. He kind of looks like... Oh, Mark, come on here. Tell us what you think of this Andy Wood here. A cheap ripoff of Hollywood. Trying to debunk...
It's a good joke, Gigi. That was good. I like that. I've got to go, though. I'm going to be heading out here. I said I was going to take my dog on a walk like an hour and a half ago, and then I totally got procrastinated and sidetracked. So
That's dog abuse, Aiden. I will kick you in the nuts.
It's gotten warmer. If anything, it's better that I walk him now because it's warmer than it was before, and he only needs his sweater now instead of his coat.
Hey, would you drop me a Facebook call while you're walking?
I can do that if that's what you want, sure.
I mean, if you, well, why not sound so nonplussed about it? You know what? Never mind. I have business with books.
No, I'm not. Don't take it personally. I'm just, it was nothing. It's not that deep, bro. I promise.
Oh,
I feel all dejected now. So, like,
no, it's cool. Let's do it. I'll give you a call and we'll chat.
Dustin, you're on Facebook?
I instanced him too.
Oh.
He doesn't actually have like an official. He's just on Messenger. Nobody look him up. He wants to be left alone.
I took the bait. I'm here.
Oh, we got a largemouth bass.
Hungry.
Now, you two.
Well, I think he saw the humor in that.
No, I know. I'm just trying to add to it. All right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later.
Oh, Aiden, you're leaving already.
Bye.
Hey, Fears.
I gotta walk my dog, man.
Okay, go walk your dog. You want to play some Tarkov later?
For sure.
Nice. All right. Hit me up.
All right. Yeah, talk to you soon.
We think this is Mr. Woody here. Think he can debunk preterism.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mr. Logo, how's it going?
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
What's it? You think he can debunk you? He can debunk Amy's. Right, Mark?
I imagine we'll see some straw man arguments here, but I don't know. I've never heard this guy, but sure. An hour?
You and I would look at as...
This guy, he's very smug. Just look at him. He looked like David Wood. Do you think he is David Wood?
Who's David Wood?
That guy is a different guy. He's an apologist who's mainly stands up against Islam.
He looks like
Andy Woods.
He looks like the little brother of Matt Slick.
Could be. Oh, what if he is?
Futuristic. They haven't happened yet. We would call that eschatological. The preterists would say, no, these things already transpired. They typically, there's different varieties of preterism, but the one that's in vogue today is the idea that most of these prophecies, if not all, in some cases, were fulfilled in the events of AD 70, when the Romans invaded Jerusalem in AD 70, and I think Josephus says about 1 million Jews, I believe, were killed during that time period. And so they would date the book of Revelation early.
What do you think of that so far?
Yeah, I do date the book of Revelation early, what they would say early. I think it's got internal evidence as to when it was written. You find in Revelation 17:10, it says there are 7 kings, 5 have fallen, and 1 is, which would make that 6th king the person who's alive when Revelation was written. And if you go from Julius Caesar, the first Caesar in Rome, not necessarily a king or an emperor or a dictator, whatever you want to call him, he was the first Caesar in this lineage of Caesars that was very pertinent to that time frame, because that sixth Caesar would have been Nero, who was he committed suicide in 68 AD. So if Revelation 17:10 is right, and the identification of these 7 kings is the Julio-Claudian dynasty, then it matches up
I need to
perfectly
order
with
4 pizzas,
history
one for
to
you, one
say
for
that
Dad, 2 and
Revelation
one
was
for
written
Dad.
prior to 68 AD.
What asshole?
Oh, sorry. I thought I had you muted. I'm over here eating pizza with the dog. And it's like I just was telling him I should have got a pizza for one for each dog, one for me, and one for the rest of the family.
Here, Mark's
Sorry.
ready to take on this smug guy who debunks preterism.
Oh, here Andy's
Yeah,
already
but he's
debunked.
right. I do date Revelation prior to 68 AD, and that's what they would be calling an early dating. The only evidence there is for the late dating of Revelation, it comes from Irenaeus, and he said that Revelation was likely written during Domitian's reign, and it was referring to Domitian's persecution of Christians. But that doesn't line up with history because there's no way to fit Domitian as the king who is at the time that the book is written. There's no real lineage there that works.
He's very smug.
AD 65 and make Revelation into a prophecy which was fulfilled just a few years later in the event.
So one of the things that the most burning statement that a preterist would make from our standpoint that we would certainly disagree with is that the second coming took place at 70 AD. So all the prophecies about Christ coming back to reign and rule and the kingdom, all that's already taken place, right?
Yeah, well, there's different types of preterism. There's a viewpoint called full preterism, which puts everything in AD 70. There's not one shred of futuristic prophecy left. Even the eternal state began in AD 70.
The eternal state began.
What do you think?
Yeah, I do believe that the prophecies were written prior to 70 AD, and they were about 70 AD, and not just Revelation. I believe that's what Jesus was talking about when he gave the Olivet Discourse, which you can find in Matthew 24 and Luke 19 and Mark 13, I believe. Read it for yourself. Jesus says, all 3 accounts of this discourse, he says this generation will not pass. There's many accounts of him saying similar things, such as there are some of you standing here today that shall not taste of death until they see the Son of Man coming into his kingdom. And the Bible describes that coming, that second coming, as with the angels in the glory of his fathers. And you'll see these futurists will say, just like Tim did yesterday, will say, well, that's the transfiguration. It can't be, because that coming that Jesus is referring to, he says he's going to bring his reward with him. But the transfiguration, he goes and says, tell no man. And not only that, there were only a handful of witnesses to this transfiguration. That's not bringing rewards for every man. That's not the second coming. Jesus was talking about an event that would happen much later, but relatively soon. He said within their lifetime. Some of them wouldn't die. Like, the transfiguration was 6 days later. Telling them someone's not going to be dead, within 6 days. I mean, these were young men. I mean, the disciples were relatively young men. I mean, they were the sons of their fathers who were still alive. It's like they mentioned their parents. So it's not like these are aged men. They expected to be alive within 6 days. But 40 years down the road, they're getting up there, and their generation is about to pass away. But Jesus said, "This generation shall not pass until all these things be fulfilled." So that's really the basis for why I believe that these things did happen in the first century, because Jesus said they were going to. The disciples understood that he was talking to them. When he talked to the chief priest Caiaphas, he said, "You will see me." Like, he emphasizes you. It's like, I tell you that you will see me. and
Mark,
that's in
I have a question.
Matthew 28. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, he said, don't tell the vision.
Right, that's another thing.
See, checkmate, Wesley. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Well, that's another point for a preterism too. You bring it up because when Daniel was receiving his vision about the end times, he was told to seal up the vision, for the time is not yet; it's far off. And scholars would agree that that was probably 400 years before Christ, give or take. But
checkmate.
Then when John writes Revelation, he's told to not seal up the vision, for the time is at hand. Right? So why would it make sense for God to tell Daniel to seal it up? Because it's a long time off in the future, and we know that it's about 500 to 600 years, 400 to 600 years, somewhere in that. I don't know the exact time frame, but that's about the.
But could I say checkmate?
Yeah.
Wesley said, "Don't tell the."
Well, that's what Daniel was told. He said he was told to seal up the vision, because it was a long time from Daniel's time that these were going to be fulfilled. Daniel wasn't going to live to see it, but John was told, "Do not seal up the vision, for the time is at hand." Well, here we are 2,000 years later. Why would it make sense to say seal up the vision for 400 years and then say do not seal up the vision because the time is at hand, and here we are 2,000 years later? We have to look at this rationally. Something happened during that generation that was huge.
Yeah,
checkmate, Wesley.
You yeah, don't tell the
Okay, guys, I'm jumping out. See you. Have fun.
See you later, Mr. Logo.
See you later. Bye.
Bye, Logo.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, and I don't have a dog in this fight. I was just putting in what I put in there, just on a quick search of the other side, And a lot of this I've heard Mark address in the past, so I'm no sweat.
I say again, checkmate, Wesley. Oh, sorry.
And he said, I miss the good old days when we used to argue about the kingdom. Are we in the kingdom? Now the debate is, are we in the eternal state? And these people call themselves transmillennialists. Explain it. It means the eternal.
Oh, you're a trans-millennialist? So you don't identify as a millennial? You identify something else?
He identifies as a duck.
Yeah.
I have not heard transmillennialist before. I really can't comment on that.
I have never heard it. I was wondering. I thought I was joking around about something, and a joke was going to come, and it's like it's Gigi with a joke. I like it. Way to go, Gigi.
My daughter's playing video games in the background, so if you can hear her, that's what's going on.
Hey, I can barely hear her, but hey, mac and cheese.
I think she's playing Lego Fortnite.
Oh God, like her dad. Probably kicks your butt.
Mm-hmm.
Checkmate, Wesley.
Yeah, I actually downloaded Fortnite last night or the night before.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna play around with it. I've played it before, but I mean, at my age, I'm not going to be the sniper of the year or any of that crap. I just to play, have fun.
It's a
with
pretty
somebody.
laid back game.
Yeah,
it can get intense though. I mean,
Well, it's just
no
like
doubt
Rocket
about
League.
that.
To me, Rocket League's intense, or it's laid back, but it's intense because you're like,
I play Rocket
up.
League.
Your butt puckers every time you try to get your car to hit the ball,
Right?
or somebody else.
Yeah, I find myself leaning this
Yeah,
way and that way,
left
trying to
and right,
block.
good circle.
Yeah, Rocket League's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm downloaded because Gigi asked me to. And it's like, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to play it Tuesday?
Tuesday. I could probably. I'm going to say yes for now in case something pops up. I don't know what my doctor's or my mom's doctor's appointments are, so tentatively yes. But if not, I'll let you know.
Okay.
This way you can kick my butt a little bit, gangster.
Thank you.
No, we play together. We'll be on the same team.
Yeah.
Is it cross-platform?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was, but I haven't even looked. Like I said, it's changed since I played it, actually. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I have
PC.
PS4, but I have a PS5 I haven't converted yet. I'm not even going to get into that. I'm not in the mental space for it, but as long as I can play on PS4, I'm there.
Yeah. I play with people from computers. Like mine.
Yeah. My buddy has it's old gamers never die. A bunch of us that's got, the core 5 of us are all over 50, and if not 60 by now. So yeah, he started a channel and he plays a lot of different games, but they're on the PC. And I thought about buying a PC or even building another one, but I just, like I said, I'm not in that space right now. Very grumpy about dumb stuff right now, and I don't know why.
You're a good young man, bro.
I'm a good young man. Yes, except Steven, because he sucks roosters. I was choked when I seen Claude say that earlier. It's like, oh my God, I forgot I even said that.
This guy seems very smug.
Yeah.
Just look at him.
That's probably why his last name is Woods, because David Woods is a very smug, and I think he's Catholic, isn't he?
Who, David Wood?
Yeah, or is he a Protestant? I can't remember.
I'm not sure. He does. I think he's.
I'll look it up.
I'm not sure. Maybe non-denominational. I think. I don't know.
Maybe that's what I say. I know it's David Woods. Let's see. Wood.
I don't remember.
That might be pretty vague because he's not like. Why is? Come on. Well, dude, here then. Screw you. Maybe it's David Wood. Why is my... Oh, there it goes. There he is. David Wood is an American evangelist, apologist, philosopher, and YouTube personality who is the head of the Acts 17 Apologetics Ministry, which he co-founded with Nabil Q. whoever. Also runs a Foundation for Advocating Christian Truth, which is the organization behind AnsweringMuslims.com, but that doesn't tell me what he is. Oh,
what's it?
Oh, I guess he closed his. No, did he? It says, why did David Wood close his channel? And it said on May. This is just a general search. I'm not even on a web page yet.
Well, that must be an old one because he has a new channel.
Okay, that's what I thought, because this is from May 26th of 2022. And that might be because he had a falling out maybe with his old partners or whatever that might be, but I can't see. Is he a Republican? I bet you, yes, he is. Oh, he was a member of the Missouri House of Representatives from 2013 to 2021. So he's a Republican. Yeah, so I don't think he's Catholic. I guess I'm off base there. Might be thinking of Father Monk, the guy I call Father Monk that wears the robe and is really stupid.
This guy kind of looks like David Wood.
Yeah, they do. That's what I had to go look at it especially with glasses, because the one that you had him paused on is kind of squinting. It's like, man, that is almost, not that they're related, but or not related. I don't know either way. Okay, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. Oh, here we go. Associate Acts, an apostle prophet. Ooh, I don't like when that's Robert Spencer, I guess, is the apostle.
There aren't any more apostles or
apostate prophet, I guess.
Or prophets.
Oh, that's his friend. Yeah. That guy's.
So right now he's on the Apologetics Roadshow. The Act 17 was when he shut it down in 22, and then he has a Polemics or mix, Polemics from 22 to present. Oh, Acts 17, Polemics. So he's got two shows, I guess.
Yeah, this guy seems very smug.
He can be. He is condescending, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, but
oh my God! And he went to. No way. Is this the same one? Wait, let me. David, he better not have went to Indiana University. That's where. No. This is a different one. Phew! Thank goodness. This is some business of Oh, BYU Marriott business. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting into baseball and football players now. Here we go. David Wood religion. Is this going to be including an evangelistic Christian apologetic, former Republican, and yeah, I don't think he's Catholic. Anyway, I'm gonna just click this off because I'll be stuck on it forever. So sorry for disrupting again.
Oh, that's all right. I'm not sure. Best I think of maybe an just non-dominant-show or something. I'm not sure. I know his one friend, Sam Chamoon. I think he might be Orthodox.
Okay.
David Wood's friend, Sam Chamoon. I think he might be Orthodox. I think. I'm not 100% sure. You should know. You are a great guy. What do you say?
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on what Ian Stoney just said. Yeah, Chuck, if first get your butt back here safe, and I'd be happy, and then share all the pictures. That'd be kind of cool to see Greece.
Yep.
Nice. Yep. See, Mark's always one step ahead of us. That's why I only see his buns. Can't understand why
you're just a pervert, asshole. You should get banned from the channel. You're just a pervert.
Because I mutilate my genitals because I identify as a cat.
Yeah, I think I do hold the position that male circumcision is a form of genital mutilation because it's literally exactly that. It's not necessary.
No.
They claim that there's health benefits, but really they're just doing it because they want to be bound to the law.
Well, everything I found, because I was searching and researching this, and I think, well, maybe I misspoke about it, and it's like I said, Mayo, Cleveland, they're all saying basically the risks, although rare, are worse than the benefits of, because there is, if you're not a clean person and you've got foreskin, yes, you can get diseases, but that's just, being, what's that word when you're always clean or worry about your hygiene, that's not a, cut your tip off, but there are people that have died. I've even had, I'm not going to post it, but they're showing graphics or like skin grafts of botched circumcision. And I didn't realize that most circumcisions are done by untrained professionals or untrained people. It's not when you get, in a lot of cases when you're at the hospital, sometimes, that's when they usually do them. But, the rabbis, they're not medically trained. I never knew that until I'm reading these articles. And there's where the danger is more than anything is people that don't know what they're doing, knowing what they're doing and doing it. And then they sit at home and it gets infected and people have died. They had a 2-year-old that died from an infection from the circumcision. So it's like, no, it's not, malignant. This is a benign thing that can happen to people. And then, just because it's Christianity, let's just say, oh, it's okay, but, we'll still attack, say, like the Muslims for their female circumcisions, which I don't agree with either. That's even worse. You can't compare the two, really. I mean, to be honest.
Yeah, I have no idea why I was circumcised. Never asked.
I wasn't. Because the only reason my brother was, I wasn't, because I'm named after my father or my sperm donor, and he wasn't. So then I couldn't, which I didn't care. I was a youngin, but my brother is. So I don't know why one of us was and one wasn't. And really,
I never asked. I didn't really even know that I was until I even knew what circumcision was, which wasn't much later in life. Nobody ever taught me.
That's
Something
funny.
I had to figure out on my own. I was like, what the heck?
We had a guy in 7th grade football that after football practice, we're all in the showers and he's freaking out. He's asking everybody what happened to the tip of their, or why do they have skin on the tip of their, their penises? Because he didn't know either. He thought that him being circumcised, so we're all kind of laughing that, it's like, wow, you're closeted, but really he was from a very fundy, religious background.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah. So, that makes sense. But yeah, just for him to be surprised like that, it's like, dude, we've got so much to teach you. We need to, show you what alcohol is.
Right.
This guy
Gotta
right
take the head off of that one, don't you?
Are you all right? Yeah, this guy right here, he looks very smug.
Yeah. Or very constipated. He looks kind of like Lupin in some of those pictures that you've got of him.
Oh, yeah. You know what they say? You know what
Don't
they say?
be a sad Lupin.
Yeah, don't be a sad Lupin.
Yeah.
Be a happy Lupin.
We got Gigi-isms.
Yeah.
The man dude.
You. Oh, sorry. See? This guy creeps me out. His look like
Who is that?
I don't know. Some guy on a commercial. He looks like he's stealing your soul with his.
Well, you know it's not Lupin because no red eyes and he's not dilated.
No, this is Lupin. He's a freedom fighter. And here's Bird Pike. You know what? It was so funny what Lupin said. He called him Christian Tyke. Lupin is crazy. This picture always makes me so laugh. He's wearing a blackish brown hair and a white beard. and Aid is evolving back into a monkey, I guess. Crazy. Oh. Chuck. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Hang on, I'll be right
Dan's
back.
going to come back with that. Let's talk about more, genitalia mutilation.
No? Yeah. Want me to continue with the smug guy? He's very smug.
He might be your best friend now.
State we're
Yeah.
in it now. It started in 80-70, so it's not something that's yet future. It's something that's happening now.
Why do they want to get rid of? This is a psychological question.
Well, let me just real quickly
Okay,
define one more thing. There's another variety of preterism called partial preterism. Its leading exponent, Kenneth Gentry, takes Revelation chapter 20.
Climate problems are increasing. Cold and snowstorms are becoming a problem. Don't worry. The portable kinetic molecular.
Sorry about that.
Verses 7 through 15.
Are you guys still there? Mark, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back.
Oh.
As though you said problems with Jewish rabbi and then said Christianity, different religions.
Oh.
Okay. What?
Yeah, but they both practice the
Did I miss
same
something?
thing there, Dan.
What did I miss?
Did not
I just know my
Christianity
daughter was yelling.
vascularize Judaism? Gosh. It's the same thing, same procedure, same reason that circumcision even exists. Religion.
Paul addressed circumcision like at the Council of Jerusalem. He emphasized that salvation was through grace and not of works of the law. That's in Acts chapter 15.
Oh, so the gospel has nothing to do with works. It has to do. So what you're saying is, if you're, a Christian and through your faith in Jesus and God, that your fruits demonstrate what kind of Christian you really are. Then, right? It's not who's got the biggest foreskin chewing gum tab in their pocket, or who's got the best Bible version or translation.
Well, I mean, Jesus actually said the least will be the greatest. So I mean,
Really?
you wanna
Wow,
flaunt
Dan, why
these
didn't you ever
things
tell me
like,
that?
hey,
You're always going on
look
about
at me, I'm
Christian
keeping the
things.
Abrahamic covenant and chopping off my kids' foreskins, and you think that's
Oh.
somehow going to save you? Then by all means, go ahead, support it. I don't care. But in reality, it's not necessary for salvation. It's not necessary for health. It's just unnecessary.
So it's just not a salvation issue as
no, not at all.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Okay.
Nothing in this flesh is profitable for salvation. It's only the work of Christ on the cross and his resurrection.
And you could grow good fruit. Oh, sorry.
And if you read the Bible, Jesus said he came to put away sin and death. So, I mean,
that I was mistaken.
Sin is transgression of the law. He came to fulfill the law and the prophets. And you're going to sit here and say somebody's sinning because they're not circumcised or whatever. You're trying to defend it. These arguments were already settled. Like it's not relevant today at all. You don't have to be circumcised for salvation. You just don't.
And you have to grow good fruit.
Right. And personally, I don't know if I would rather have been circumcised or not, because I never got to experience being uncircumcised.
Right, so that's why it's taken away. No free will.
Yeah, it's like I didn't have a say in the matter. I don't know what the benefits of having it or not having it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's nothing other than tradition. Everything I keep reading, even from Christian sites, it's nothing more than, tradition, and it has nothing to do with your faith. It's not a salvation issue that some people try to turn it into. But, for the conversation we had yesterday, it applied rather well. If you're going to say that trans people are mutilating their body parts as children, then let's be real.
Yeah.
But this guy right here is very smug.
Did you actually also know that circumcision is one of the oldest performed medical procedures in history? Just a FYI. I learned that today too.
It was never meant to be a medical procedure. It was a sign to Abraham that his seed would come from a peculiar people. They were set apart. They were different. Nobody else was doing this, and
that's what I realized. I knew that even before, what circumcision was a sign between God and his chosen people at the time, the Jews. A sign of their covenant that they had with God, or Yahweh, or whatever you want to call them.
This guy right here is very smug. Don't call him Mr. Smugwood.
Mr. Smug.
Futuristically. So we have a future rebellion at the end of the kingdom. We're in the kingdom right now, but there's a future rebellion. There'll be a future coming of Christ. He gets that from Revelation 20, verse 9, where fire comes down from heaven. That's where he puts the second coming.
Okay.
And there'll be a future resurrection of the unsaved, and then there'll be a future judgment. He gets that from Revelation 20, verses 7 through 15. Other than that, though, everything's in the past.
So we're in the kingdom now.
So you're either dealing with a full preterism, which puts everything in the past, or you're dealing with a partial preterism, which basically takes the way Gentry espouses it, Revelation 20, verses 7 through 15, futuristically, and everything else is in the past. So those are the two main branches. One of these types of preterism is heretical. I'm just going to tell you right now, we all agree on this, that full preterism is heretical.
Yes.
If you are a full preterist, you are not within confines of Orthodox Christianity, because you're going against all councils of church history. Everybody, no matter what their persuasion is.
Okay, so hear what he said there. He said, full preterism is heresy because you're going against the councils and creeds. Are the councils and creeds authoritative, or is Scripture? These are the same people that say sola scriptura, but then they're going to justify preterism as being heretical by saying it goes against their councils and creeds. I'm not buying that. I mean, if they want to say, you're not in the club, that's fine. They can say that. But they're not using the Bible as a standard, and they're being hypocrites. Because if you're going to cry sola scriptura, which is Scripture alone, do we make these kinds of judgments, and then you're going to fall back on your creeds, you're being a hypocrite. And, I mean, it's sad to see. It is, but, it's just the way people are. They can't justify their position, so they're gonna demonize the other.
Oh. Let's see more him being smug-looking guy.
Eschatologically, everyone has believed that Christ is going to come back.
Yes.
So if you don't believe in any form of a future coming, then you're not Christian.
Yes, right.
I mean, let's just be honest.
Right.
You are in what we call heresy.
Pause there.
Yeah.
So that's an appeal to majority, which is a fallacy. You know, it's not an argument. Yeah, everybody has believed that the Earth was the center of the universe at some point. That's been demonstrably proven wrong. There's still people that believe that today. Just because everybody believes something for however long they believe it doesn't justify it as being true. People have believed things that are not true. People used to believe that if lightning struck a church and it burned down to the ground, it's because they were heretics. But then Benjamin Franklin came along and invented the lightning rod, and the churches that had lightning rods didn't burn to the ground. So they had no reason to call each other heretics anymore, so they called the churches with the lightning rods heretics. I mean, people think all kinds of things and believe all kinds of things. But what they're really doing is just justifying their bias any way they can. And this gentleman is doing it fallaciously. He's appealing to the majority. He's appealing to the creeds and the confessions. And, you know, I know he mentioned some of these reformed pastors like Lawson? Did he mention Lawson, I think? And they are creedal and confessional, and they do hold to the five solas. And one of those is sola scriptura. So, you know, they're accusing others of violating scripture and justifying that accusation by holding up their creeds and confessions. Doesn't work. You can keep playing.
Okay. It's just
Critical. Partial preterism is orthodox, but it's just barely hanging in there as orthodox because they still are consistent with the creeds. You know, they still hold to a future coming. But the reason they're just barely orthodox is because their interpretation is inconsistent.
Yes.
In other words, why does all of a sudden Revelation 20 verses 7 to 15 become literal?
Wow.
When the rest of the book of Revelation is not literal.
Wow. All right, now let me ask you two questions, and this may occupy the whole rest of the CD. But to me, these are the most important questions. Why, first of all, how could anyone take the literal promises of Christ's return and say they've already happened? Number two, why would they even want to do this? Two questions. How can they do it? Number two, why do they do it?
Well, regarding how, one of their chief arguments...
Sorry. Go ahead.
How and why? Well, I didn't want to initially believe preterism. I kind of dipped my toes into it slowly, and it was uncomfortable. But sometimes, you know, when the truth is staring you in the face, it doesn't matter. You gotta jump in. You gotta face the uncomfort, and it is uncomfortable to realize that what Jesus was saying to his contemporaries was meant for them when he said that this generation shall not pass, when he says there's some of you standing here today, when the rest of the New Testament is written with a tone of imminence. Like, this was relevant to the people it was written to directly. You know, when you take all that into its proper context, especially the audience relevance, you realize this New Testament is the whole thing is a warning to people then, telling them they better get ready because this is coming. And Jesus said that the sign of his coming would be the destruction of the temple. Not one stone would be left upon another. And then he follows that up, describing all the rest of the signs, and says all these things will be fulfilled before this generation passes. And then we look at history and we know that exactly that happened in 70 AD, not just the destruction of the temple, which was one of the signs of his coming, but also history records signs in the skies. They record miraculous things that if it wasn't seen by many other witnesses, that even the witnesses themselves wouldn't have believed. Josephus writes about this. Tacitus writes about this. They saw armies dancing in the skies around cities, armored with glistening gold and chariots. It's like people saw that, and it was recorded in history, but you know, that just gets brushed under the rug. They don't want to talk about that, and I don't know why. I mean, I have an idea why. I mean, even the Jews paid the centurions guarding Jesus' tomb to say that the Jews came and took him. Like, they have a reason to cover this up. The motivation is that, you know, Jesus isn't the Christ. He isn't God in the flesh. He isn't who he said he was. And, you know, the Bible records that when the priest paid off the centurions and told them to lie, and they did exactly that. And then in the Gospels it says this is still spoken of today. This rumor is still being spread today, and the Gospels were written many, many years after the actual events happened. And to that day it was still happening. So why not even allow that, hey, maybe somebody's lying about not only his coming, his first parousia, in his incarnation as man, and that he walked and spoke the truth and was persecuted and crucified. He rose again. Not only did they miss that and say, oh, that didn't really happen, you know, the disciples came and stole him. Why? The same people are going to say, oh, well, he didn't really come back in 70 AD. No way. Like, they have something to gain by saying he didn't, because they can use this fear mongering to fill their coffers. People buy these books. These people go to these sermons and hear these end times scenarios that they're fantasy. You know, it's not applicable to these ancient texts at all in our modern time. It's just not. They had a conference here in Walla Walla just this past week about prophecy and the end times, and they have all these pictures of, you know, tanks and helicopters and war, and it's just like, you guys have no idea what this prophecy means. It wasn't talking about tanks. He was talking about armies. They came with the sword. They would live by the sword and die by the sword. We don't use swords in combat anymore. I mean, you have to take into consideration the relevance of what was being said in the proper time context. They weren't talking about these armies equipped with technology and, you know, laser sights and helicopters and just crazy stuff that we have these days. No, they had swords. And that's what these prophecies are talking about. That time. You got to pay attention to that. But, I mean, if he wants to debunk it, I guess he can continue.
Is these little phrases. You actually wrote something about this in a book called End Times Controversy. Mm-hmm. These so-called timing texts that appear in Revelation chapter 1 and Revelation chapter 22. These little terms, shortly, quickly, or near. Yes. Takos, engis, and mellow. Mm-hmm. And so they believe, well, shortly means shortly. They said, you know, we're going to interpret that literally. Mm-hmm. They don't interpret anything else literally, but they interpret those phrases literally. And so they believe that those phrases fulfilled in the lifetimes of the apostles.
Wow, mercy.
Now they allegorize the rest of the book to get it to fit. You know, how can you get the global events of Revelation into the local events of AD 70? You have to follow what Charlie Clough calls the ram, jam, and cram method.
See, he's guilty of doing exactly what he's accusing preterists of doing. He's ramming, cramming, and jamming a global relevance to these prophecies that were for Israel. Why in the world does it have to be global? Why does it have to be, you know, in Alabama or New Mexico or China? Or it's not relevant to the rest of the globe. It's very relevant to the land that they were in, the Roman Empire, which was their world. That's all they knew. They're not going to be. You're the one that's forcing allegory on this global conspiracy now. It's not us.
Oh, you
Oh yeah.
serious?
You have to radically spiritualize the text to get that to work, but they believe they have the literary license to do that because of those little phrases that appear at the beginning and end.
Right.
And this is why earlier I said that partial preterists are barely orthodox. Because why don't they, if they're going to attach that type of meaning to those phrases when they appear in Revelation 1, why don't they attach the same meaning to those phrases when they show up again in Revelation 22?
Yes.
Consistency demands you become a heretical full preterist, but if you want to stay orthodox, you got to be inconsistent.
Right.
In how you're interpreting these so-called timing texts that show up at the beginning and end of Revelation. That's sort of, that's basically.
Hello, pause. He keeps saying orthodox.
Oh, sorry.
Is Andy Woods orthodox?
I have no idea. He's Mr. Woods.
Let's see. I'm gonna look him up. Hang on. Give me just a second. I gotta go talk to my kid real quick. She's yelling again.
I think what he means by orthodox is that traditional Christianity.
I want to say, because it says that Andy Wood Ministry Home, I guess the homepage for andywoodsministries.org.
Hey,
Andy is the senior pastor of Sugar Lake Bible Church. He is also the president of Schaefer Theological Seminar. Let me see. He went to. Oh, he's a Baptist. Isn't that where all the Baptists go? Is the Southwest Theological Seminar?
This is not orthodox. Orthodox is like Chuck.
Right.
Orthodox is Daniel.
Or Eastern Orthodox.
These guys are Protestants.
Right.
Nope. You're done. You're done. Nope. Mackenzie, you're done. Look, I told you that was the last warning.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, he got like a mega church going on. It looks like mega cult.
Oh, what about Mega Man? Okay.
You're taking my job away from me, GG. I'm supposed to be the funny one.
Oh, God. Oh, I need to.
What we believe. Here we go. Go ahead.
You ever been to a mega church?
Nope, never have. I always went to smaller ones.
They have restaurants there. Games for kids. Yeah, what do you think of that?
Ooh, you're trying to trick me.
Oh, no.
You're trying to make me become Christian. Oh. Now I'm trying. Okay, David Woods. Here we go. He graduated. It doesn't really even say what his church is. I'd guess non-denominational because all I see is Sugarland Bible. It's Bible-based church. That's what it's going to tell you. We're Bible-based. It says every one out there.
A Bible-believing Christian.
Man, maybe there is a God. It worked. I told Dan to stand behind me, Satan, and he hasn't said a word. Oh, thank you, sweet Jesus. No worries, ass off. I knew. Maybe I don't want to know what you said, Deviant. We'd both be apologizing. No, I just want to make, because I try not to talk that way, especially in front of females, because you guys are such wonderful, delicate creatures that you can pop out of football and still make dinner afterwards. Yeah, I figured I'd get on today, and I would have gotten the do over all that because I felt kind of bad about it. Everybody's like, way to go, way to go. I was like, oh my God, don't encourage me.
It's too late to apologize.
Satan's back. Get behind me, Satan. Dano. That's a given. 80. That was way too easy. That's like saying I'm a white fat boy or old man or whatever. Fat boy got to eat, and I will. I'm still trying to figure out how much he paid for his wife so I can get one.
But you're too late to apologize. Oh, sorry.
Did somebody just run over a cat?
Yeah.
Sorry, Gigi.
I know. It's just
mic drop.
Too late to apologize. Oh, sorry. I got that song stuck in my head. Too late to apologize.
We'll keep on singing.
Oh, sorry.
It's weird acting like a Christian when I'm an atheist, but
Oh.
I think Maude is convinced that I'm a backslidden atheist.
Oh. But you're too late to apologize.
Hey, Mr. Kettle, how you doing? You taking care of your girl over there? You don't sound so hoarse. Or yesterday, anyway. I haven't heard her today, I don't believe.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was parenting.
Well, we missed you.
You know.
Especially.
Oh, so mac and cheese grounded you is what you're saying, Mark.
No, she just wouldn't quit yelling and screaming at her game, and it was stressing me out. And I asked her 3 times to stop, and she wouldn't stop, so I just told her to quit. Took it away. Can't play it anymore.
Ooh.
I'm such a bad dad.
You did
terrible.
Bad.
Awful. So this guy, debunking the preterism. I'm trying to figure out, let's see, about would that.
Well, I looked at the about Andy, and what we believe, and to me, it's just a non-denominational. With that, whatever I said was a Sugarland, blah 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 church leader. No, that's just leadership.
Is his name Andy? Was that his name?
Yeah.
Andy Wood. Yes, Andy
Andrew
Woods.
Marshall Woods,
I'm on the right.
JD, PhD. And his wife must work there too, her sister, because Ann Woods is the executive director.
Position statement, statements of belief, church history. Let's see what it says about church history. Oh, it's their church history. Okay, 1982. These guys aren't Orthodox at all. They started in 1982. No. The Orthodox Church goes all the way back to the 1st century.
To me, it sounds like it's replacement theology to boot, but without, well, actually, I can look at the resources.
I mean, he's in no place to say that any doctrinal position is unorthodox when he himself is not orthodox.
Right.
I fully accept that I'm not orthodox from like the Orthodox Church. That's fine. I'm not claiming to be. But I mean, he's not either. I'm not over here saying anybody else is unorthodox.
Okay, and yeah, because from 96 to 98, he was an interim pastor at the Riviera First Baptist Church in Pico Rivera, California. He's seen in 98. Well, and even 2009, he went to the Dallas Theological Seminar, which is Baptist. I would consider, prominently Baptist. He earned a master's theology degree with high honors in 2002 and a doctorate of philosophy and Bible exposition. Oh, at the Dallas Theological Seminar. 2005-09, he received the Donald K. Campbell Award for Excellence in Bible. Yeah, whatever the hell at Dallas. Formerly a professor at what? Formerly a professor of Bible and theology at the College of Biblical Studies in Houston, 2000 to 2016. Now serves with That's president of Schaefer Theological Seminar. I'm going to do a search on that, and senior pastor at Sugarland. Da, 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 da. Oh, Ann is his wife of 23 years and a daughter, Sarah. Okay, so what did I say? I was looking at, oh, the Schaefer. If I've never heard of that one, doesn't mean it's not a big one. The Southeast or Southwestern and the Dallas are the two big ones that I remember. It's in, oh, this is, it looks like a puppy mill, or a degree mill. Basically, it's a big building. It's a college in Albuquerque, New Mexico, permanently closed, located in whatever Manuel School. Oh, that's not a good advertisement, is it? That didn't last long. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. I know.
Sorry,
I was just trying to get that smug look off of that guy, and it didn't happen. He's still smug.
You were so smug.
I didn't even notice it until you started saying that's like, God, either that or he's constipated, but that's a smug. Yeah, that's, anyway, for him, that's a bad place to a picture to have taken of that. Amy told me I should play catch with my son. Sounds like Mark didn't take your advice. I figured this out. Really, I figured this out. If Aiden's still here, don't reply. If you don't reply, the fire burns out. That's all I got to say. Okay. Did Mark just get beat up from behind? Mac and cheese got him.
No. She just needed to calm down from. She got a little too into her game.
Don't we all?
I get that.
Yep.
But she's got to learn to control her emotions. She just got a little too excited. That's all.
Tell her to take, honey, do as I say, not as I do.
You want to watch more of the smug?
Sure. Well, I mean, I feel like we're gonna have more of the same.
Yeah.
It's an hour video. I got a video that I wanted to share yesterday on Mod Stream.
Okay.
But they kept saying they had already seen it. It's the same channel, but it's a different video. The one that I shared the other day was about exactly what this guy is talking about. How a group of Christian pastors have gotten together and signed this document that's declaring preterism as unorthodox and apostate and heretical. Like, it's just more of the same. But the video I wanted to share here is more of an explanation of the position than just trying to be critical of it. And I think that'd be better to understand, instead of listening to straw man positions, to understand where a full preterist is coming from and how they actually, address these scriptures.
Yeah, because I was getting ready to ask if there's any good debates to listen to of both sides where it's not like listening to a petty guy, show. You're heretical, that they actually have good discourse. They know they don't agree, but it's an educational debate, if that makes any sense. This way you get both sides. Okay, I say this, and then all of a sudden, say the preterist says, well, yes, but no, or not really. This is the difference. For the layman is what I'd like to have send.
Yeah.
Because I sin all the time, according to Dan.
I mean, yeah, there are some debates out there, for sure. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I've been
send it my
watching
way.
a couple.
It's not on DC.
Sure.
I'll look.
Well, this is going to make Dan go to sleep, so I'm going to go ahead and do his little nighttime routine.
Hey, it's like a little 12-year-old.
Welcome everybody to this midweek teaching. And what I'm going to do today, folks, is essentially a response, because a while back I did a the Rapture Already Happened series. There was 3 videos for that, where I explained essentially all the things that Jesus said was going to happen to that generation. And that would include the catching away, the resurrection, the return of Christ, the destruction of the temple, the ending of the Mosaic age, as to usher in the beginning of the Christian ages. All right. So in that, there was some controversial statements made. And by the way, that's why back then I think I had some, longer hair as opposed to right now. But in that, a lot of folks were mentioning in some of the commentaries said, well, where's the historical evidence that anything like this happened? So aside from the destruction of the temple itself, which I think everybody knows about because there's no Jerusalem temple standing today. So we know the temple was destroyed. But there was actual evidence in the book of Josephus and the book of Tacitus about wild things happening up in the heavenlies. All right. So again, I'm going to just show this one because I have showed it before. It's the book of Josephus. I grabbed the essential writings of the book of Josephus. Josephus, the essential writings, and I believe it's Paul L. Maier, M-A-I-E-R. Okay. And this has, so that's a physical copy right there, but I'm going to use a digital copy for you guys to see. I'm going to read some of it, and then hopefully that'll inspire you to really look into what happened back in that time frame of 60 to 70 AD when the Roman-Jewish War happened, because clearly Jesus did indeed say this generation shall not pass away before all these things happen. He was in the temple talking about the destruction of the temple, and that was the focus point of the Mosaic law. And if that's destroyed, if you will, well, then clearly you can't do the Mosaic law. And of course, he fulfilled all the law and the prophets, and that included bringing that to an end, that age to an end. All right. So we're going to talk about how Jesus's return was not a physical return landing on the earth, but rather it was from a heavenly position. And that's why there was witnesses saying that they saw some wild stuff in that time frame. So let's go and start out with the book of Josephus, and then we'll go to the book of Tacitus, and then we'll compare it to a few scriptures. All right. So here we go. And here we are in the book of Josephus, guys, and this is book 6, chapter 5, verse 3. All right. Thus were the miserable people persuaded by these deceivers, and such as belied God himself, while they did not attend nor give credit to the signs. Okay, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. That were so evident. So there was evident signs happening in this time, Josephus writes, and did so plainly foretell their future desolation. So this is prior to the temple being destroyed. Okay, and this is prior to Jerusalem being destroyed. And he says there was evident signs that was foretelling the future the future desolation, which wasn't long from this time frame. Okay, so now real quick, we're going to go over to Matthew 24:30. Jesus said this, and I think this is what a lot of folks miss. He said, "And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man." Okay, the sign of the Son of Man is going to appear. Not the Son of Man is going to appear physically. There will be a sign of the Son of Man that's going to appear. And where is it going to appear? He makes it clear. In heaven. That's upwards in towards the sky. All right? He does not say that the Son of Man will come onto the earth physically. It's not what he's saying. He's saying a sign will appear of him, and it'll appear in the heaven. Mentions nothing about landing physically on the earth, nor appearing physically. He's saying a sign will appear, and that's how they're going to know, through the signs, much like Josephus is saying. Okay? And then he says, "And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn." Okay? And as you can see the tone of where Josephus is going, bad stuff is about to happen. "And they shall see the Son of Man," where? "Coming in the clouds of heaven," heavenly hosts, okay? "With power and great glory," okay? But nothing in there that he's going to come in the clouds and land physically on the earth and take over the earth and slap people that he didn't like. It's a sign of the Son of Man coming in the clouds just like his Father. It was always spiritual. It was always apparitional, if you will. It wasn't a physical arrival landing on the earth, okay? It was from a heavenly host, a much more powerful position than an earthly one, okay? So Let's go back to Josephus, all right? And as you can see, he says there was signs, and he's going to say this more often, signals and signs. Then he says about the future desolation. Does Jesus say anything about the desolation that was coming upon Jerusalem? Yes, indeed, he does. He says to them at that time that upon you, Jesus says, may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you slew between the temple and the altar. It's going to come upon.
So I wanted to address what you just said there, because it was something Tim brought up yesterday. So from the blood of righteous Abel to Zechariah, son of Berechiah, that's the bookends of the prophets that were murdered throughout the innocent blood that was shed throughout the canon of the Jewish scripture. That's what they would have known he was referring to, is the blood of the prophets that's recorded to have been shed in their very books. You find Abel's murder was in Genesis, and Zacharias is recorded in 2nd Chronicles, and that's the end of their chronological book anyway. That was the end of their history as far as the prophets are concerned. That's why Jesus said that, and not the prophets that they had killed. As far as John was a prophet. They killed him. That had already happened. They're about to kill Jesus. He's a prophet. He's warning them that not only is the blood of their prophets that they recognize on their hands, and that's why it was relevant when I brought up that they also said, let his blood be on us and our children. He's putting all the blood of the prophets, not just from past generations, but from future events that would happen too. And they accepted it. Like, all the blood of the prophets were coming on that generation, and the past and the future blood converging on that generation is clear evidence that Jesus was not referring to some future distant generation. He was saying, it's on you. Everything that happened, everything that's gonna happen, it's on you. But anyway, I'll keep playing.
On you guys, he's saying, verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. It's the generation he was talking to. Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. So he's not talking to you if you're outside Jerusalem, even if you are a futurist. He's talking to Jerusalem, but I'm going to suggest to you that he's talking about Old Covenant Israel, Jerusalem, okay? You that kill the prophets and stone them which are sent unto you, how often would I have gathered your children together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, and yet you would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. He's basically saying, it's as good as done. You're finished. That's what he's saying. And what happened by 70 AD? Destruction of Jerusalem and the temple. All right? And we're going to further find this. Okay, let's continue. But like men infatuated without their eyes to see, Josephus continues, or minds to consider. Okay, so these guys are blinded. Remember, I think it's in 2 Thessalonians that God sends a delusion. They can't even tell that these are bad omens that are coming to them. They did not regard the denunciations that God made to them. So Josephus is saying, no, God was sending signs that bad stuff's coming your way, and they weren't getting it. Thus there was a star, okay, resembling a sword, and it stood over the city, and a comet that continued a whole year. So this one star resembles a sword, okay? So think about the star, think about the sword, and it's staying over the city. What city? Jerusalem. That's where he's writing, what he's writing about and where he's writing from. And this star stayed there solid for a year. That's what they're witnessing. The sign of the Son of Man. Okay. Now, anything about star kind of reminds you of Jesus at all? Well, I'm going to suggest to you that there is. Matthew 2, 1-2. Most people know the account, but let's read it anyways. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to where? To Jerusalem, saying what? Where is he that is born King of the Jews? We have seen his star in the east and are come to worship him. Okay, so he enters life, if you will, and the sign of his arrival was a star. I'm going to suggest to you his parousia in the empowered position that he had, seated at the right hand of the Father, was also, the sign was the star. But this time, this star is in the shape of a sword. Okay, why? Recompense time. In Matthew 2, 9-10, when they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. Much like the star sword was hanging over Jerusalem. Same kind of vibe here, and they're talking about Jesus, and that's the sign that they're seeing in the book of Josephus, in now as we're approaching that 70 AD destruction. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. Well, this time you're going to see the star, and it's going to be a bit of a problem for anybody who rejected Christ, and anybody who rejected love, and anybody who rejected peace and kindness and mercy and grace, and everybody who wanted to stay under the law of Moses, continuing to persecute people, right, and killing the saints and the prophets, just like he said in Matthew 23. Now, here's God's justice coming in. Not to mention that the temple had to come down for that phase to end. The law of Moses had its time, but it had to come to an end. We'll continue. So, this is historical accounts. You asked me for them, I'm giving you them. Thus, also, before the Jews' rebellion, because there was a civil war right in Jerusalem, I'm going to suggest to you that's Revelation chapter 6, verse 3, the second seal where they're killing one another. That's a civil war that started in Jerusalem. And before those commotions which preceded the war, what war? The Roman-Jewish war. When the people were come in great crowds to the feast of unleavened bread on the 8th day of the month, Nisan, and at the 9th hour of the night, so great a light shone around the altar and the holy house that it appeared to be bright daytime, which light lasted for a half an hour. This light seemed to be a good sign to the unskillful. Okay, so again, the sign of the Son of Man coming? Yeah. Well, the unskillful were thinking this is a good sign. No, it wasn't a good sign, but the unskillful thought it was. But was so interpreted by the sacred scribes as to pretend those events that followed immediately upon it. The scribes were starting to figure out, this is not good. Some bad stuff's coming our way. At the same festival, also an heifer, as she was led by the high priest to be sacrificed, brought forth a lamb. So a heifer brings forth a lamb in the midst of where? The temple. The destruction of the temple is coming. And why? Because, and as you can see, put together, the Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world, you see? Moreover, the eastern gate of the inner court of the temple, always talking about the temple here, because that's where most of the law of Moses was always being conducted, which was of brass and vastly heavy, and had been with difficulty shut by 20 men, and rested upon a basis armed with iron, and had bolts fastened very deep into the firm floor. Okay, so basically, normally this gate was so heavy that you need about 20 guys just to shut this thing, which was there made of one entire stone, was seen to be opened of its own accord. So all of a sudden they go there and, hey, this door is just open. You can't just open this door. You need like lots of manpower to open this door, and all of a sudden it was open. Now watch this. About the 6th hour of the night. Now those that kept watch in the temple came hereupon running to the captain of the temple and told him of it, who then came up thither, and not without great difficulty was able to shut the gate again. Again, not without great difficulty. So he shuts the gate, but it was not easy for him to do, because again, it takes about 20 guys to do this. This also appeared to the vulgar to be a very happy prodigy, as if God did thereby open them the gates of happiness. So they, again, the unskillful were like, hey, this is God saying, hey, I'm opening the gates to happiness. And it's like, no, you're interpreting this completely upside down, because then it says, but the men of learning understood it, that the security of their holy house was dissolved of its own accord, and that the gate was open for the advantage of their enemies. Okay? These are signs that the Son of Man is coming for the recompense that you're seeing in the book of Revelation. That's the Lamb coming, right, with a sword in his mouth. And we're going to talk about that. So these publicly declared that this signal, notice they're always using signs, right? Even Paul says the Jews always require a sign. Well, he was sending some signs. foreshowed the desolation that was coming upon them. Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, your house remains to you desolate. Okay? That's what this is all about, the desolation of the Jewish temple in the 1st century. Besides these, a few days after that feast, on the 21st day of the month of Ir, a certain prodigious and incredible phenomenon appeared. Okay, so again, you see another phenomenon appearing. And where is it going to be appearing? Up in the sky. Okay, because the Son of Man, the sign of the Son of Man will appear where? in heaven, in the clouds, okay? And this signal appears in the sky and says, I suppose the account of it would seem to be a fable were it not related by those that saw it, and were not the events that followed it of so considerable a nature as to deserve such signals, signs. For before sunsetting, chariots and troops of soldiers in their armor were seen running about among the clouds. Okay? This is the eyewitness testimony that we're getting out of historical documentation and surrounding of cities. Moreover, at that feast, which we call Pentecost, okay? They continued to go in here, by the way, and it says, I'm going to continue to read this. As the priests were going by night into the inner court of the temple, as their custom was to perform their sacred ministrations, they said that in the first place they felt a quaking. Okay, so now they're feeling a quaking and heard a great noise. So they don't see this great noise particularly, but they feel the quaking and they hear a great noise. And what does the noise say? And after that, they heard a sound as of a multitude saying, let us remove hence. Okay, so all of a sudden they hear this multitudes of voices saying, let us remove hence. Let's get out of here, essentially. Okay, so those are signs. Those are signals. Crazy things is seeing up in the sky. Literally things, it seems like chariots and things of that nature are actually operating up in the clouds. And he said this was just so wild, clearly. Okay, so that's the book of Josephus. Is there any more? Yes, but before we go there, let me show you, because it talks about the sword, right? The sword being a sign. Well, in Revelation 19, verses 14 to 15, this is the part where Jesus is making his glorious return that everybody thinks is in the future. No, it already happened, I'm going to suggest strongly, in the first century. That's what all those signs are about. And in Revelation 19, it says, and the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean, and out of his mouth goeth what? A sharp sword. Okay? So again, this is the book of Revelation, very symbolic, right? Why does John write that out of his mouth is a sword? Well, the sign of the sword in the sky that they're seeing that stayed there over the city for a year, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and the wrath of Almighty God. Okay, so there's that kind of recompense judgment, the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple, and you're seeing the term of the sword coming out of Christ's mouth, okay, in the imagery. It's not literal, but in the imagery. They saw a literal sign, okay? So, is there any further? This is the book of Josephus. Well, we just read the Bible, of course, but I just read you the book of Josephus. There's a book of Tacitus. Now, Josephus is Jewish. This gentleman is, I believe, of Roman citizenship, okay? His name is Tacitus. And he writes the similar type of event, okay, in his book. And in this book, it's book 5, chapter 13. Okay, so let's read from him. So I'm giving you 2 historical documents of what happened in the first century, that they witnessed things up in the heavenlies. And I think that if you understand that Jesus's return was like his Father, right, coming in the glory in the clouds, and it was more of a spiritual host position above all powers and principalities, then you'll understand that it's not a physical landing on the earth. Okay? And once you understand that, you'll understand that the return that Jesus was talking about was for that generation to bring the Mosaic age to an end. Okay? So in book 5, chapter 13 of the book of Tacitus, prodigies had indeed occurred, but to avert them either by victims or by vows is held unlawful by a people which, though prone to superstition, is opposed to all propitiatory rites. Contending hosts were seen meeting in the skies. Okay? Contending hosts were seen meeting in the skies. This guy is not Jewish, but he's reporting the same type of event. Remember in the book of Revelation, it says, and every eye will see? Well, they were seeing, okay? They were seeing stuff happen where, though? In the skies, right? Arms flashed, and suddenly the temple was illumined with fire from where? From the clouds. So this illuminating fire-like light, I'm assuming he's kind of talking about, is being illuminated from the clouds. I will be coming on the clouds with great glory, right? That's the idea here. And you're seeing some writings here that's saying we saw some wild stuff happening in the skies and coming from the clouds in the skies. Of a sudden, the doors of the shrine opened. See? All of a sudden, poof, these doors are opening, and a superhuman voice cried, "The gods are departing." This is "let us depart hence," is how the book of Josephus was interpreted, if you will, because they had to translate this. Here it says they heard this great superhuman voice crying, "The gods are departing," right? So is this true or not? Well, if you believe that it's going to happen in the future, why can't you believe that it already happened? I'm going to suggest to you, if you're going to call these people liars, then people have the right to call you a liar. Well, this just affirms what Jesus said was going to happen to that generation. That's all it does. We'll talk more about that. As it continues, he says, at the same moment, the mighty stir of their going was heard. And then he says this, few interpreted these omens as fearful. Okay, they should have, but they weren't. The majority firmly believed that their ancient priestly writings contained the prophecy that this was the very time when the East should grow strong and that men starting from Judea should possess the world. See, the Israelites thought, oh, this is good. See, we're going to take over the world. No, you're going to get destroyed. Do you see? But God will send them a strong delusion. They rejected the Christ, and this was recompense time, bringing the Mosaic age to an end. This mysterious prophecy had in reality pointed to Vespasian and Titus. Vespasian is the Caesar, and Titus is Vespasian's son, and Vespasian sends his son, who's leading the Roman army, to go destroy the temple. Okay, so he says this mysterious prophecy was in reality, right? So the Israelites are seeing this, the ones who rejected Christ were seeing this, yeah, God's with us. And he's like, in reality, those prophecies were saying, you guys are done for. Okay, so even this Roman citizen writer understands, no, those prophecies are about you guys going down. And Vespasian certainly sent Titus, and they got destroyed by 70 AD. But the common people, as is the way of human ambition, interpreted these great destinies in their own favor. So the Israelites were saying, no, this is in our favor. And he's like, no, it ain't. And they could not be turned to the truth, even by adversity. Okay, even by the adversity that was going on, they could not turn to the truth. Go to 2 Thessalonians. I probably should have grabbed it for you, but I'm sure you'll see it there where it says God will send them a strong delusion, that they're going to believe a lie. And that's what they did. They actually believed that all these omens and these signs that were essentially declaring the prophecies of the destruction of Jerusalem are happening. They were actually interpreting them in reverse, that they were going to win. No, you're going to lose. Because God, just like what he did with Nebuchadnezzar, moved the Babylonian Empire to destroy Jerusalem the first time. Now God is doing the same thing through Christ. That's why he said, the next time you see me, I'll be coming in the clouds, the glory of my Father. And he moved the Roman Empire to go and destroy and bring down the temple for all the murders and, as he said, all the righteous blood of Abel, all the way to Zechariah, who they slew. So this is where the justice part comes in, and this is the ending of the Mosaic age. All right? And I don't know if I wanted to read any more about this, but as you can see, you can continue to take a look at this. But a lot of people died in this war. All right? So what am I suggesting to you here, folks? What I'm suggesting to you is that you asked me for historical documentation. And there is others, by the way. I could give you more. But if you don't believe the book of Josephus, and you don't believe Tacitus, quite frankly, and you don't believe that when Jesus says, this generation shall not pass before all these things be fulfilled, you're ultimately not even really, and I'm sorry to be so bold, but I have to, you're not taking Jesus's words for the time frame. And therefore, right, I give you this information, and you're going to make it your own decision on this. And if this isn't the proof for you, right, then no matter how many historical documents I give you, you're just going to continue to reject it. I'm going to suggest, though, for those of you who are thinking, well, wait a minute, maybe this is accurate for you, I just want to give you some encouragement. Think about this. Everything that Jesus said was going to happen to that generation happened, and you actually have historical documentation that affirms that Jesus was and is and always will be exactly who he said he was and is and always will be. You don't have to say, well, one day, mister, you're going to find out. You know what I mean? You can just say, no, just read the book of Josephus and the book of Tacitus. Everything that Jesus said was going to happen already happened. So the Messiah already came. See, you're waiting for a Messiah potentially, or maybe you don't care about Messiahs, but what we Christians are saying is, no, the Messiah already came, and he already brought an end to the Mosaic age, and now we're under the law of love, which is the law of Christ, which is the law of God, because God is love, right? And everything he said was going to happen, happened in that generation. See, it affirms what Jesus said. That's what it does. These books are affirming what Christ said. I can understand you coming against me if these books weren't affirming exactly what Jesus said, but no, they're affirming everything that Jesus said was going to happen in that time frame. And once you see it that way, you'll see that this really is good news, because you don't have to guess. You don't have to guess that we have a merciful high priest seated at the right hand of the Father. You don't have to guess whether or not that the love of God can be shed abroad upon us. No, you don't have to guess. You can actually know that Jesus was and is and always will be exactly who he said he was and is and always will be. And I'm going to suggest to you that's really, really good news. Something for you guys to consider. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'll try to remember to put the links to the book of Tacitus and the book of Josephus, or if you wanted to buy it yourself in hard copy, feel free, but I'll try to remember to put the links. And in the meantime, guys, thanks so much for listening. Remember, do all things with grace and peace.
What do you think, Logan?
Oh, I still think that guy looks like M. Shyamalan.
He does, doesn't he? A little
He's
bit.
still stuck on the smug.
And that other guy's very smug too. I just something about him just so smug like.
I just had to get him started again. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It's cute.
It's too late to apologize.
I knew you were going to start singing that. How did I know you were going to do that?
I get the song stuck in my head from the video. Too late to apologize.
Well, that sounds just like Frozen. Somebody from Frozen singing that song. You got a pretty voice.
Oh, thank you.
Just don't quit your day job, okay?
Oh, that's what everyone
I sing worse than you, so that you can make fun of me too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I do appreciate you guys taking the time to watch that with me.
Yeah,
I think Shade Stone does a pretty good job of presenting the position that I hold.
Shade Stone is he related
Yeah, I knew you were saying that. Yeah, I just like how he doesn't. It doesn't seem like he's adding to what he's believing, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You know, generally when somebody's talking about what they believe, that there's always like, and all the rabbit holes you have to go down to get to it. But he was,
You asked for it, here it is.
Yeah, and that's what I was wanting, something that was, gives me an idea. I mean, not like I'm going to believe it or, not believe it, but just for my own benefit. If I ever talk to somebody who's I've heard the term for years, preterist, full preterist, partial, with that, a lot of other things, and I've just kind of like ignored it. It's like, okay, whatever that is, it is. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It's not important. And now as an atheist, it's like I want to learn all I can about theology. I just think it's interesting at the very least. People are passionate about it. They get, start wars over it. Then you have people like.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. If you look through church history, it's scarred with blood, and they were promoting the gospel through bloodshed, and that's not how Jesus taught. Love and peace is what Jesus taught, not by the edge of the sword.
Everybody, but time out. Quit peeing in the pool. The pool authority is here.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
I don't have a pool.
I got a tub. That's close enough.
Did
got a shower.
Saw a vision from God, said that Christianity's over?
Yeah, there's this other guy. I think he would fall into the category of hyper preterist, and he says that the modern version of Jesus is actually an angel of darkness that's spreading a lie. And he does cite a lot of the historical stuff and uses the Bible, but I think he goes too far when he said that Christianity ended. I do believe that there's a great deception that has a lot of people blinded, and they have this idea that Jesus is coming back to destroy the world. But I think that's a very narcissistic way to look at the Bible. I mean, it's not about us. It was about that generation. Jesus made it very clear to his disciples, to his audience. The apostles made it very clear that these things that were about to happen were going to happen to them. They were the ones that were going to get thrown in the synagogues. They were the ones that were going to get crucified and scourged and chased from city to city. It's not about us. Jesus said you wouldn't finish going through the cities of Jerusalem before, or the cities of Judea before this thing happened. And the entirety of Jerusalem and Judea was destroyed in 70 AD. I mean, that was just it. Sorry, guys. I mean, I don't want to apologize for it. It's just what happened. It's what God promised would happen. Jesus said there wouldn't be one stone left upon another, and that was going to be the sign of his coming.
But no, they say it's too late to apologize.
That's right. That's right. And like, I'm fully aware that this position doesn't fit into what they want to call orthodoxy, but I believe that, you know, there was reason for not only for the Romans to conceal that Jesus had resurrected. The Jews paid them off with a great sum of money to say that the disciples stole his body. I think there was equal motivation to hide Jesus coming and this resurrection and this rapture that they want to say is going to happen in our lifetime. I don't believe the rapture is a biblical doctrine. It was invented in like the 1800s, but they were looking for a resurrection, and I believe that resurrection is ongoing through the belief and faith in Jesus Christ and to the obedience of the law that he gave us, which was the law of love. He said that bear one another's burdens. This fulfills the whole of the law. We got to figure out ways to do that. I don't have all the answers, you know. I'm not like Superman knowledgeable about every single thing. I've been praised as such by people like Stephen Bolin, but don't believe anything he says.
Well, I wouldn't.
I don't. And I'm
Or Dan.
perfectly
Sorry.
willing to admit that. But I think I can say that confidently and not contradict the Bible, because, you know, these people claim to have the Holy Spirit, and, you know, the Holy Spirit is supposed to lead you to all truth. Well, he was talking to them in that age, and that what some might call a dispensation. I don't know what you want to call it, but, you know, I don't have all the truth, but I don't think that that's the job of the Holy Spirit today, to guide me into all truth and show me the things that are to come, which is what the Bible says, because those things already happened. That was for them to know and for them to understand. But I don't think that, you know, not having the Holy Spirit guiding me to all truth is any prevention for being able to discover these truths. They're there. I mean, it's written in history. These things happened. Jesus said they would happen, and then they happened. And it's like, oh, no. We still look forward to these things. Well, you're saying that Jesus delayed his coming, essentially, and the Bible has an answer for that too. In Matthew chapter 24, it says that the evil servant shall say in his heart, "My Lord delayeth his coming." Like, Jesus wasn't putting this off. He wasn't delaying. He was coming then. It was the evil people that say he wasn't and didn't. And that's not my words. That's Jesus' words. It says so in Matthew 24 verse 48. But and if, and I'll share it. I'll share it right here. Let's see. Matthew 24, share. Cool. It says, Jesus says, but and if that evil servant shall say in his heart, my Lord delayeth his coming, and shall begin to smite his fellow servants. What do these people do to people that hold to preterism? They mock them. They smite them, so to speak. They kick them out of the club. They say they're unorthodox, they're apostate, they're heresies. And then to eat and drink with the drunken. The Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and an hour that he is not aware of. Well, I would say that they're not aware of the hour that the Lord came. You know, they're saying he delayed it. Like, that's nonsense. Jesus left no inclination that this was for some future far off generation. He's like, this is coming to you guys. And then history proves, they even interpreted it that way, that these signs were an omen against them. And the very things that Jesus said were going to happen, happened. Not one stone was left upon another. Titus ordered his armies to bring the temple down because there was so much gold in the temple, and the fires burnt with such fervent heat that this gold melted within the mortar of the stones. So Titus wanted to take that gold back. There's a lot of gold that had melted in that temple. Not one stone was left upon another. They scraped each and every stone of its mortar to gather the gold. Spoils of war is what it was.
What about Stony?
What about Stony? What about it? What about whataboutism?
Yeah, were any Stony left?
What about last Thursdayism?
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
But, you know, for 2,000 years now, people have been saying, any day now, any day now. Well, yeah, that's a delay. It's delayed, it's delayed, it's delayed. Don't be that evil servant. Yeah. See, recognize what Jesus was saying to who he was saying it to. And you got to come to terms with, it wasn't you. It wasn't talking to you. Sorry if that hurts your feelings or
I forgive you.
Is not consistent with what you've been taught. But you know, Jesus wasn't talking to you when he said, some of you standing here today shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. Wasn't talking to you. He's talking to them. Child Support Task Force. Have you seen Stephen Bolin? We've been looking for him. No, Stephen's been MIA. And that's okay. He can stay that way. Man, I'm a poet and didn't even know it. I make a rhyme every time.
But that's such a crime. Oh, sorry.
It
and
ain't
your
a crime.
runs are so fun. We're going to hell because it's
Who is
false.
that?
Now I'm on a roll.
Do you know who is that child support guy is?
It's a government agents here for justice and to help all the little children of the world not get mutilated anymore.
Oh, that's good. Is that Bird Pike? Too late to apologize. Too late. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I just got the song stuck in my head.
Why is it too late to apologize or something?
I don't know. Who's this child support task force guy? Is that Bird Pike?
I thought, well, the first one, the pool authority, and then the child support dude come right in. So if I think the first one was the carp, I think the second one is the carp too.
Oh.
He's on the case.
Here's another scriptural case for the end has already happened. Jesus said the gospel of the kingdom should be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. Well, we go over to Colossians chapter 1, and we have Paul here saying that the gospel, which ye have heard, and which was preached to every creature which is under heaven, whereof I, Paul, am made a minister. He's saying it already happened. This gospel already happened. So he's saying these things that Jesus said would take place before the end. He's pronouncing that. It's like this gospel's been preached to every creature under heaven. It's not going to go any further than that. Well, I mean, obviously we have it today, and the world has gotten bigger. Not in a literal sense, but from the perspective of these people, it certainly has. Every creature under heaven, like that's only what they know of. And not only that, but Paul's using hyperbole here. He's going even further than what he really understands. He's saying every creature under heaven. That's not just every nation which they knew of, the whole world that they knew of. He's saying even further, it's every creature under heaven. So he's clearly affirming that this end is about to happen. He even says, look, whom we preach, warning every man. What are they warning of? Warning every man that the end's about to happen. It's crazy stuff, but I mean, it's there. It's in the Bible. It's in history.
You
It
serious?
is. It's a hard pill to swallow. I mean, if you recognize these things and are honest with yourself that it does make sense, that certainly seems to be the fulfillment that Jesus was talking about. You're going to get called a heretic. You're going to get called apostate. You're going to get called unorthodox. Like, okay, well, you know, that's been happening all throughout history, and we still profess Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. Christians get murdered for holding different doctrines. I mean, not nowadays, hopefully. I don't know if that's happening, but it certainly has happened throughout church history. Murdered each other. There was a 30-year war. Protestants and Catholics just killing each other for differences over doctrines.
Oh.
Gangster, that was bad.
Oh, sorry.
But I would propose that there's not a need for that.
But at least you forgot that song in your head.
You know, there's not a need for all this division and misunderstanding. I mean, no two people are going to tell you the same story about the end times. They're going to try to line up all these different signs that they're seeing now and try to relate that back to the Bible, and they're just not going to be able to do it. Nobody's going to agree what it all means. But when you look at it from the perspective of the original intended audience, what it meant to them, it certainly makes a lot of sense. It makes a whole lot more sense. Well, I'm not going to go blabbing on about it and on about it. People can look into it for themselves, you know. That's what I had to do. I had to look into it for myself. It wasn't until relatively recently that I've even found other teachers that align with the things that I've come to realize. They're out there, though.
Where are they? Are they hiding?
I don't think they're hiding so much. I think a lot of preterists are kind of not really putting it out there because it's, you know, it destroys everything, every foundational or not fundamental teaching that they've heard growing up, and you know, people are going to reject that. People are fundamental in Christianity. There's fundamentalists. I mean, they are. There's Orthodox, there's Catholic, and they're going to hold to what their traditions have taught for years and years and years, because when you start to let that go, you're no longer part of that group. You're not in that little circle, and that's scary for people. It's difficult.
I'm sorry. Tell us more of your great wiseness.
Great wiseness. I mean, I could just tell you like my experience and the reason I see things the way I do. I don't think that's really my wisdom. It's just, you know, what I've come to understand. I mean, it has huge implications. If all this prophecy was fulfilled in the first century, I mean, you know, we got to stop looking for, you know, the end of the world as we know it, and start looking at it from the perspective of them. When they were talking about the end of the world, they understood that to mean the end of the Jewish age, you know, the end of the old covenant, which was bound to the law. They were under the law, and the new world, the new heavens and earth, ushered in grace and peace. And you know, Jesus put an end to sin and death. We can have eternal life now through him, through his sacrifice.
That's good.
That is good. That's really good news. But if you look at it from a futurist perspective, how can you say anybody's in heaven today? Because this resurrection hasn't happened. You know, there's no saints in heaven, which doesn't make sense because, you know, in Revelation you read that the saints were under the altar. Well, there's no altar today. So, you know, what the heck? How does that work? They can't be in heaven if this hasn't happened. So, like, where is your hope? You're hoping this life that you're going to die and wait for this? I mean, people have been waiting for 2,000 years. Any day now, any day now. Why not just wake up and realize that you can have eternal life? You can experience the kingdom of God right here and now. And you can live it out in your life. I mean, go help somebody out. Go cut somebody's grass if you have the ability. You know, there's people that need help right now. It can be anything you can offer to help. Even if it's just a word of encouragement. Go ahead.
Miss Ahmad the other day said that the Bible said that God will take every tear from your eye.
In a covenantal sense, yes, because in the old covenant, spiritual death meant, you know, there's no more remembrance of you. You're no longer conscious. You're just sleeping in this like state of limbo, essentially. You're not aware of it. You're just separated. But now through Christ, we have life. We have spiritual life. And, you know, Paul wrote, "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" Why would he have said that? You know, if these things hadn't been defeated. And I'd like to point out also, Jesus never said he was going to take evil out of the world. He came to defeat sin and death. He came to usher in the new covenant of grace and mercy and peace. We can have that now if we stop fighting over stuff that we have to be honest with ourselves from the futurist perspective don't make sense. We keep arguing these positions that don't make sense. You're never going to make it make sense. You're going to have to twist these weird ideas into the scripture to make it work, and it doesn't work. But if you let the scripture speak for itself and history speak for itself, you know, we can live in God's reality of eternal life. And Paul says you're going to die. You know, it's sown a mortal body. It's sown in corruption, raised in incorruption. It's sown a body. It's raised a spirit. He's talking about death. These bodies are going to die. These bodies are corruptible, but we can be raised incorruptible. That's a spiritual resurrection. It's very clear. The Bible never demands it be a physical resurrection. It's a spiritual resurrection. Even Jesus' resurrection was a spiritual resurrection. His body was walking through walls, appearing in here and there. Physical bodies don't do that. I hear you furiously typing there, Azo.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's the end of the world as we know it. I mean, we can say that every day. It's the end of the world. Today is the end of the world as we know it, because tomorrow is going to bring something different, and we're going to know the world a little differently. So sure, say that if you want. But time goes on, life goes on. The Bible even says, you know, world without end.
Who do you think is that? I talked to Brother Pike. He said that's not him.
I agree with you, Charles. If God was going to take evil out of the world, he'd take people out of the world. The Bible says that we are inventors of evil things. I forget exactly where it is. I want to say it's in Romans, but we're inventors of evil things. Backbiters, busybodies, you know, never, always learning, but never able to come to the truth. That's what we are.
Brother Pike said that's not him.
Brother Pike says who's not who?
The child support guy.
Oh.
Who is it? Is it Fanning?
I don't know.
It's hard telling anymore.
I think I know.
Well, what's sad is
I
it used to
think
be the
I
first
know.
guest was Mod. It had to be Mod, but now it's like everybody else is on it.
Big bad mama. That's my guess. You know, Miss Maud commented on one of my videos. I think she might have deleted the comment, but she said she's not going to be doing streams anymore.
Why?
Well, maybe I could dig up the comment. I don't know. She explained it. Had something to do with you, Gangster.
Oh.
Something about you weren't going on her show, so she wasn't even going to do shows anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just don't want to go on there who could have that Peter guy or Mark Reed. I want to stay away from that. I don't like.
Right, but Gangster Maud would protect you. She cares about you. She's upset about all this, and even before I had talked to you earlier about saying, just take a little time and just decide later and don't do the spur of the moment. She'll protect you over there. Not that you need it, but that she doesn't want to lose you. Put it that way. But you do what you got to do for your own mental health. I mean that totally. Whether you do another mod show or not, you do what's best for you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Steve Anderson's brother. But yeah, I didn't mean to do that to her. I'm sorry.
Oh, I found the comment. Here it is. She said, "Well, good news, Mark. I won't be doing my show anymore. Gigi just told me he isn't coming on my show anymore because of Mark and Peter. I told Gigi I won't be coming around his shows anymore to avoid you." That's me. "So, problem solved. I hate to say this, but I hope you start to miss me so much that it makes you effing cry. Robot plus salty tears equals bad news for T900. LOL. That will never happening. But a girl can dream. You'll be thrilled to know that I will, and currently do, miss you." Yeah. She'll be back.
Hey, Mark, can you leave for a while so we have a chance to miss you? No, I'm kidding.
She'll be back. She already deleted the comment, so.
No, she'll be. That Gangster, don't feel like you're getting ganged up on, but, you would definitely be protected over there. Even if I told her to give me control, because I'll start slinging it like there's no tomorrow. That's what got me set off yesterday, just the way they treated you. Because I kind of went back and looked at some of it, and that's what set me off.
Oh, thank you.
And personally, I think there's just a huge misunderstanding in that whole argument. I don't think anybody is promoting that children go through, physical surgery to mess with their genitalia. I mean, other than, people that promote circumcision, they do that. But I think everybody would agree that children shouldn't have any kind of sex altering or gender reassignment.
Well, they
surgeries.
shouldn't have elective surgeries anyway. And I'm not trying to minimize the trans thing, but to me, it's no different than, like, say, a 16 or 17-year-old girl who has body dysphoria because, she thinks her boobs are different sizes or too big or too small, or, it's just like I wouldn't support them getting breast implants or reductions, until after they were of age, where they can make a better informed decision.
I mean, when I was a teenager, I was uncomfortable with my body. I think that's something that people just go through.
Right.
But I understand that there are more extreme cases of that.
Yeah.
And I certainly want to find ways to support them in a loving way. But I don't think that children under the age of 18 can give informed consent. I mean, that's the law in most cases. They really don't understand what some of these permanent procedures and how they can affect their lives because they're not capable of giving informed consent. That's the law.
Well, if they can't buy a drink or they can't smoke cigarettes, they sure can't decide, let's chop off, body parts, in my opinion.
And furthermore, in some of the studies that I've been able to browse over, they do talk about these being like last resort options, and that in order for somebody to even qualify for a reassignment surgery, they have to have been through the therapy, been through evaluations, this, that, and the other. So, like, that's the time when these kids are young and struggling with these dysphorias and whatnot. That's the time to be, going through therapy and really getting to the root of the issue. It's not the time to be doing something drastic like chopping off their dingling. And I don't think people are doing that, and I don't think people are promoting that. I certainly would hope that they're not.
Yeah, but puberty rockers or anything like that.
But I think that, just as much as there's a physiological aspect, there is a psychological aspect. And you got to address the psychological first before you do things that affect people physically.
And that's with any treatment, not just, trans. That's, what drugs are you going to give to somebody who's depressed? Well, you first got to go through an evaluation and, the same process.
And even
You don't
then, it's
just
hit
hand
or
you
miss.
drugs
I
and say, here
mean,
you go.
even then, it's hit or miss. You
Yeah,
might go through several different types of antidepressants before you find one that works.
And the combinations and the right doses. Yeah, I've been there, done that. Most of my life. That's why I kind of give it up. But yeah, just the extremes that some people go to try to prove a point is idiotic.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh,
But I'm not going to pretend to know what it's like to be in that position where, I'm not comfortable in my body to the point that I want to alter it in that way. I can't relate to that. So, I mean, I don't know what people go through. I don't know what their psyche is like. But I do understand that they're human beings and they're worthy of love and acceptance and, support.
And and they need get help and stuff. The good therapists and stuff. Because I've seen a lot of bad therapists out there, but make sure they get good ones where they can help them get through that and stuff.
Yeah, like I said, I'm all for helping them in any way that's loving and effective.
And and he also just didn't like the idea my thing Jiggy. This James, his mom's trying to brainwash him to think he's a girl. His mom's abusive. I've been fighting to help him for years. And he doesn't like that. Mark.
Yeah, I don't think parents should pressure kids into thinking they're one thing or another.
It started out when he was 3. She lied to him, said he's a girl because he saw he wanted a girl from. I guess he liked her. And she said, "Oh, you must be a girl or something."
Yeah, that's weird.
And then she tried to change her story. It was first time I saw in the court things, and I seen her say on the show say that a 3-year-old she's talking about says his pronouns. He wanted his pronouns to be she or her or something. That little kid don't know what pronouns are. I could tell she is lying. I know the dad. I actually talked to the dad.
Yeah.
He's a good guy fighting for his son.
Yeah, I think all fathers should be there for their sons.
Yeah, he's a good guy. It's just so weird. No, not always.
And daughters, of course.
Sometimes it's the dad, but sometimes it's both. But mainly it's the mothers who try to do this to their kid. It's weird.
Yes, I've seen a lot of fathers, several fathers that get upset when their young boy plays with, like Barbie dolls or something. To me, what's the difference between playing with a Barbie and a G.I. Joe with Kung Fu grip?
Right.
They're both dolls. They're both action figures. They're, they grow out of it. Yeah. But I've seen fathers, go at their sons. Well, no son of mine is going to be playing with dolls. Playing with dolls doesn't make you gay or trans or any of that. It just makes you a kid and curious.
Here's other reasons for that. Why would a kid play with it? Sometimes they have a malfunction in their biology where they get here's other ones, but they have too much estrogen, and the girl gets. I found a lot of cases like this. And here's other times that girls get too much testosterone, where they kind of switch places. Where boy acts feminine, like play with dolls and stuff, and a girl play with boy toys. Sometimes that happens too.
Mark's a boy toy.
Hey now.
And other times I found cases where boys are when they play with dolls. I'm just saying they're starting young because they like the girl or the toy, I guess.
Hey, I used to steal my sister's Barbies.
Honestly, I used to back. I mean, I'm not talking recently. You got to realize I'm 60 years old. So when I was younger, that's what, probably 50 years ago, give or take. That these things would happen, or even as being over at a friend's house that has kids, it's like, oh wow, your wife doesn't like that, or you don't like that. It just, to me, they make too much about it.
Yeah, I mean, the boy. I heard this one lady who runs a daycare. She said she saw these boys playing with a doll. She saw nothing. Then she heard the boy said they want to touch the doll's butt or something. Barbie doll type.
Right.
That's sometimes they start young and curious
Right.
about the other generous type stuff.
Well, but then you have little girls that can act like tomboys, and it's okay. So I don't see why the double standard. But then, I mean, then also, it seems like anymore, but tomboys are being called dykes and everything else awful. It's like, let kids go out and play. To me, that's one of the biggest problems. Is all this electronic BS that kids have got. They forgot what it was like to be outside and play in the grass, eat dirt, make mud pies, and find cat turds in your sandbox outside. That was part of life back for us back in the day, literally.
Right.
Skin our knees.
Sounds a lot like my childhood.
Yeah.
And I'm an 80s baby.
Yeah.
Me too.
I don't know what happened between then and now, but
technology got different, I guess.
Oh wait, I am too glad they chopped. Wait a second, I want to chime in here. I too am glad nobody chopped off my blank. Oh wait, never mind. Always the outcast.
Yeah. Not only that, these puberty stuff, they should wait till they get old enough, because I've seen a lot of people who said it ruined their life and all that stuff, and they have a lot of medical problems. Yeah. They should wait till they get old enough for something like that.
I agree. I mean, give them counseling or anything else that they need up into surgery, but nah. In rare cases, because that's what I keep reading about, the circumcision. In very rare cases, is it ever needed? They can put it off for a few more years. And what gets me, and this is what got me against Clown Mala worse than anything, was what she was on some trans lady show. They were talking about the incarcerated people, and that if she was president, that the United States government was going to pay for all these trans operations while they were incarcerated, and even some illegal aliens.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that is, wait a second here. I know people out there that are dying from cancer that can't pay their bills and aren't getting any help from the government, but they're going to go ahead and pay for out of tax dollars when we got vets on the street, homeless, fighting for their lives. And I could go on and on and on, but yeah, no, my tax dollars will not go for that if I can help it.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about that now.
Right. Oh yeah. For now anyway, but,
they should do like how people like you're talking about instead. That's something they need to do.
Yeah.
Like,
and I'm not saying do away with trans, surgeries by any means, but definitely wait till a better age and when they're more coherent to understand what's really going on. Because hell, we bitch about our kids with peer, and I'm not saying that trans is peer pressure. I mean, I'm sure there are cases, but how easy is it for people to get kids to drink or do drugs or drive or steal a car, out of peer pressure. So I think that buys into it just a little bit also, but not as big as some people want to make it out to be.
Here's other stuff like, so a lot of times they are actually not trans, but actually autistic. There's a lot of them are actually autistic. Yeah, I found out. Yeah, they're not really trans. They had just
night up, Chuck. Sleep well, buddy.
No, good night, Chuck.
Sleep on your side if you've been drinking and you're drunk, so you don't puke it up and swallow it. Ugh.
And other times they were hurt as a kid, and that cause problems like that, like by an older adult in a bad way, perverted way. That happens a lot too. There's one lady who helped me out on Narrifying Studies. She said that happened to her as a kid.
Phantom, if this helps you, Chuck has more than one bucket list because one's for Orthodox and one is for non-Orthodox. So I hope that helps you.
Yeah, stuff like that happened, but as do you see? Today I think they're having Joseph the Tech Guy. You ever heard
over
Joseph
there?
the
But
Tech
I
Guy?
subbed it. I'm not going to go over there. It's just worthless.
Yeah, a bunch of Pharisees
sorry
and
about that.
hypocrites.
Well, more like a bunch of dumbasses, morons, and idiots. But okay, well, we'll take your Christian words.
It's more effective to them.
No, I know.
Don't care
That's
if you
why.
call them a dumbass, but call them a Pharisee. Their panties are going to get in a wad.
Or if you ever want to get to like somebody that's like really fundy or whatever, talk about, I'm not going to cast my pearls before swine because I knocked the dust from my feet. And especially JWs will take that as a big insult because that's what they like to do is go to a door and, they weren't receptive. So they'll walk to the very end of your either your driveway or your sidewalk and literally knock their feet on the ground like they're knocking the dust from it without realizing that when Jesus sent them out 2 by 2 and to knock the feet off their dust, it wasn't for the Gentiles. It was for the Jews. Read it. People don't even read their own Bibles. They were sent out to convert the Jews and to avoid the Gentiles. So that insult is a Jew on Jew sort of.
It wasn't until
insult.
much later that they started preaching to the Gentiles.
Right. Oh yeah. I'm saying that Jesus was first sending them out to bring in the flock, who was the Jews, and then graft in. I believe it's like Romans 9 and 10 talk about grafting in the Gentiles with Paul talking. Believe it or not, I know some Bible when I want to, and I'm not calling people rooster suckers. Sorry.
But yeah, you're more like a nice teddy
That's why I get pissed off, or if I go trigger happy. And what's funny is yesterday I wasn't even really mad. I was upset what they did to you, and somebody said, "Get in there and get Steven out of here." And it's like, if I do it, it's not going to be pretty. Just any way you can do it, do it. So I did. He didn't stick around much longer. And I got a cute little message today. It doesn't matter who it was from. It just made me laugh because it was like, I was feeling so bad about what happened yesterday with the language I used, not what I said, but hey, where's it at? I gotta wait.
What? But Bird Pike said he's gonna have a show tonight.
What's he gonna teach on? Oh,
What's
nice.
the gospel?
Well, I think I'm gonna hop off. It's been a good show.
And stay out.
Come on. Yeah. You guys have a great day.
You too,
Same
bud.
to the chat. See you guys later.
Why do you have scissors?
Yeah, we've been on here long enough. Sorry about that.
What are you doing?
I just got subpoenaed by the pool patrol. Yeah, they fined me for pooping in the pool. It wasn't my. I'm saying entrapment. They scared me, and I pooped in the paint. I was so worried about peeing, I pooped. That's entrapment. I don't care what anybody says.
You serious? But guys, yeah, I just want to tell you what happened. He was having a problem. He did like my link to that. I just wanted to have him come on to try to explain it to him. He got all insane.
Who is this you're talking about now? Oh yeah,
Mark Reed. He got all crazy like.
Yeah, he's a headhunter. I mean, really. I used to really follow him. I can't remember the last time I've seen a stream of his. to be honest. I just lost a lot of respect for him. But he does. He goes around looking for a fight. That's what he wants to do, debate, be a big bad guy, and, you know, leave it at that. And his opinion is the only one that matters. And that's definitely wrong.
He made me so mad. I told him that